I'd like to call the meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we're meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquins for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. In a moment, we're going to stand from silent reflection, and while we pause for that moment of silent reflection, I would ask that we together acknowledge the passing of Pope Francis, a global spiritual leader whose commitment to compassion, inclusivity, and social justice resonated worldwide. His legacy will continue to inspire many across our communities, and his impact was felt across all religions. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, a true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I would ask the Deputy Clerk to proceed with roll call, and prior to doing that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Warden Debbie Robinson in the chambers. It's a pleasure to see you back again. Warden, thank you.
Thank you, Warren Ema, and welcome to County Council. Councillor Bennett?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Brose?
Present.
Councillor Doncaster? Was here. Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Warden Emo?
Present.
Councillor Giardini?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Present.
Councillor Hodnott?
Present.
Councillor Yon?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor Mayville?
Present.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Nicholson?
Here.
Councillor Service?
Here.
Councillor Watt?
Present.
And Councillor Weir.
Here.
Warden, you have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Could I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the County Council meeting held on April 9, 2025 be adopted? And the mover would be the member from North Algonah Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. I see a very pensive look on the face of my friend from Head Clare Mariah, so I thought maybe I'd made a mistake. Sorry, sir. No, that's okay. It's just my over-attentiveness to the chambers. Since the last county council meeting on April 9, I've attended 5 meetings on council business. On April 11th, I attended the Ottawa Valley Business Summit for a fireside chat focused on current affairs in Renfrew County, key economic development projects, and our collaborative efforts to build a strong and connected community. The day featured open and thoughtful discussions about shaping our future together through a thriving and engaged business community. And I'd like to offer my congratulations to the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber for such an awesome conference, day-long setting. It was a real genuine sharing of information and our time together. So congratulations to them. It's a great venue, and the way they operate it is superior to a lot of other things that I've attended. On April 15, I attended the Liberation of Leeuwarden celebration in Petawawa. I would like to commend the town of Petawawa and Mayor Service for the effort that was put in. It was in partnership with the Royal Canadian Dragoons and Canadian Liberators to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Leeuwarden, Friesland, in the Netherlands by the Royal Canadian Dragoons on April 15, 1945. It was an honor to meet and share some time with Mayor Buma to talk about shared interests and values. The town made this event extra special this year as it was celebrated within the community, as opposed to being held at Garrison Petawawa exclusively. It allowed for students and the general public to attend and continue the memory of the liberation and the role Canadian forces played, and to foster a greater understanding of the impact Canada has had. Yesterday was Earth Day, and I'm glad to report that the Volunteer Climate Matters Action Group has installed a fantastic display of community-written postcards that are meant to compel us and our leaders to consider the impact of climate change if left untreated. The display can be seen adjacent to the reception area in our administration building until early May. Today is Administrative Professionals Day, the day that we recognize the work of all the professionals behind the scenes that provide daily support to the managers, directors, and council members. Thank you for your dedication, your patience, your problem solving, and the calm presence you bring into our offices each and every day. You are truly essential to what we do, and we are incredibly grateful. And please don't leave. As Warden of the County of Renfrew, I encourage every eligible resident to make their voice heard by voting in the upcoming federal election next Monday, April 28th. Your vote shapes the future of our communities, our services, and the country we all share and love. Before I conclude, and on a personal note, you'll note that today we didn't call out Mayor Mark Wilmer's name. So I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge a significant, heartbreaking loss to our municipal family. We're a very small community in the municipal sector. We get to know each other fairly well because we share things, we talk about things. There's a cone of confidentiality, if you will, in these chambers and in the lunchroom. We were deeply saddened to learn of the sudden passing of Mayor Wilmer of the Township of Madawaska Valley. Mark was a dedicated public servant, a strong advocate for rural communities, and a proud ambassador for his township and community. Whether in these chambers or his own chambers at the local level or at local events, or simply chatting with his residents, Mark brought sincerity, humility, and a deep love for his community to everything he did. He was a thoughtful voice around this county table, measured, respectful, and always focused on what mattered most to the people he served. Beyond his public service, Mark was a devoted partner to Janet. He was a proud father, a cherished friend to many, and from what I'm reading online, just a person with a great sense of humor when you hear about some of the things that he and his brothers did together. His sudden passing is a tremendous loss, on behalf of County Council, I extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, to his council, and the staff of Madawaska Valley, and to the entire community served so faithfully. We will miss his presence, his passion, and his quiet strength. I'd like to stand for a moment to acknowledge the passing of Mayor Wilmer. Please be seated. Thank you, Council. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And Mr. CAO, would you introduce our guests from one of our, who is one of our very strong partners in the community? Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you, Warden. It's certainly my pleasure to introduce a very good partner of ours. PRH has been a partner with us on the Ontario Valley, Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. Is currently a partner with us on the Heart Hub establishment and several other initiatives as we move forward in our journey, our health journey. So it's my pleasure, of course, to introduce Sabina Mersman, our CAO of PRH. Neil Nicholson, of course, is here as your council member, but also the vice chair of the PRH board, and Richard Wilson, the director of Pembroke Regional Hospital. Welcome to the podium and welcome to these chambers.
Thank you so very much, Warden Eamon and Council, for having me. I do want to say a couple more words about Richard Wilson. So Richard Wilson has been with the PRH Board of Directors for 10 years, and his former role was the Chief Financial Officer for the Ottawa Hospital. So he told me today, any questions about money, he's your man. And then, of course, Neil Nicholson is actually our current vice chair of the board. So I'm really happy that both of you are here with me today. Dean Soriel sends his regrets. He could not make it. He's in charge of federal elections, so he's busy there. I'm coming today. I had reflected with Craig a couple months ago to say I have not been back to council for over a year, and I thought it'd be worthwhile to give an update on where we're at as a hospital. And I'm really happy to share with you, I'm not coming to ask for money today. All right, so I just want to briefly talk about those services that you see currently on the screen. There are a couple of programs that I feel actually would maybe warrant a special presentation, for example, our mental health program. And so I did not include it today, and I'm going to ask maybe to come back some other time when it's right. So in the emergency department, I'm reflecting my presentation on the past fiscal year, 24-25. We had just under 30,000 emergency department visits. And I would say pretty much since I have joined the hospital 25 years ago, we have had 30,000 emergency department visits. So that number has not gone up or down a whole bunch. But when you look at the slide, every patient that comes in is assessed on the clinical triage assessment scale. And they're rated from 1 to 5. 1 is the very, very sick patient, vital signs absent, that comes in. Very few patients come like that. And then the CTAS level 5 would be the people really that likely could be looked after in primary care. And what we have seen over the last few years, since COVID, is a huge shift in those numbers in CTAS 5. We used to have like 5,000-6,000 of those visits a year. We are down to 500-600. As you see that little green line at the top, it's minimal. And really, this is in part to VTAC that has taken away most of those visits because, people are knowing that they need to wait and emerge a very long time. And if they come in for a minor problem, it probably is easier to go to VTAC first. But the big yellow part, that has increased a lot. And those are, they're called CTAS 3, and this would be people that come in with chest pain, with advanced heart failure, with pneumonia, COPD, people who are really, really ill. And we used to have 20% of our visits be that, and now it's over 50%. And those patients require a lot of diagnostics, a lot of time with the physicians. So the workload in our Emerge has doubled and tripled in that time frame. On the inpatient side, we have about 5,400 people that stay in our hospital in a year, and the majority of them are in a medical unit. Generally, people there stay an average of 6 days. Then we have, of course, a large rehab unit. People stay longer there, so of course we need more beds to accommodate those patients. In our mental health program, people stay an average about 6 days. And then most people don't know, but we actually have complex continuing care beds that are operated by Marion Hill. They're not located, physically located at the hospital. And patients there can stay up to 90 days. So those would be people who, after their acute care stay, still need a little bit of time to recover, and it's unclear whether they can go home or need to go somewhere else. And then our partner, Marion Hill, works with us to look after those patients. On the specialty side, so stroke care, I think I'd mentioned it about a year ago. We do offer stroke care. We are a hospital that receives stroke patients from all over a large part of the county. I think is it still Mike Lochwinnock Road is the cutoff, a little bit further? Yeah. And then Deep River and Barry's Bay, and the hospitals are bypassed. Patients come to us. And when you look at the number 88, those are the patients that are coming in with a code stroke. Our teams know exactly what to do, get ready, and we can now assess a patient within 30 minutes to determine did they have a stroke, and that includes a CT scan and an assessment from the neurologist. And then those patients some of them will receive a blood thinner and get thrombolized. 13 of those did that. And the number seems small, but this is a life-saving, life-changing treatment for stroke patients. And it's incredible that we have this available in the region. And now also some stroke patients go directly to Ottawa for another specialized treatment service there. So stroke care is improving and changing all the time. And then the second piece is our heart attacks. And again, there we have an incredibly fast pathway that was built with the Ottawa Heart Institute. People come in, they're diagnosed, they're thrombolized, and they're sent to the Heart Institute. That's lightning speed, same way that we do for stroke care. And we are saving so many lives and in this process. On the surgical side, our surgical volume actually is going up every year. We're just under 7,000 operating room procedures this year. What's really interesting about surgery is the technology is moving us from people having to stay overnight to people actually leaving at the end of the day. And that's truly incredible and a great advancement. I have some slides in there, as you probably have seen from our renovation. And when we planned our surgical renovation, we said 14 spaces for day surgery are surely enough in 2024, but they're already not enough anymore. So we're already outgrowing those. On the, particularly on the joint replacement side, when we started joint replacements in 2017, we had like 250 replacements. We are now just really close to 500 a year. Lots of them are knee replacements and then a large part of hip replacements. But really the astounding thing here is that 3 years ago, nobody went home after their joint replacement, and now 76% of our patients leave in the day after their joint replacements. It's astounding, and the outcomes are just as good, if not better, for patients leaving right after their surgery. So a great advancement there. And then in, okay, there. This is a bit of a sad story. Hip fractures are increasing as well. Now, I don't know whether it's sad or good. I think we are staying more active as we get older. Also, our population, Renfrew County, is getting older. So we do have a lot more hip fractures. And we are now seeing hip fracture patients all the way from Arnprior to Deep River and Barry's Bay. They're coming to our hospital to be repaired. As long as we can do that. If they are really, really complicated, sometimes they do have to go to Ottawa, but many of them are repaired in Pembroke. And on cancer care, we often think, when we think cancer care, I think of chemotherapy and diagnostics, but we actually do a fair amount of surgical cancer care cases as well. Our surgeons participate in all of the teaching opportunity with the Regional Cancer Center. They have to do a certain number of cancer surgeries to be qualified to do those. And the 3 areas that we are participating in is breast, colorectal, and some gynecological cancer cases. In the breast cancers, we do all of them except the ones that require a plastic surgeon to be participating during the surgery. We cannot do those, but everything else we do. And then we do almost 1,200 chemotherapy visits as well. The chemotherapy units in all of Champlain Health region, not only Renfrew County, are part of the Regional Cancer Center at the Ottawa Hospital. We're called satellite sites, so we follow all the same procedures and protocols. And the oncologist at the Ottawa Hospital are actually following our patients here. We have 50 of them that have follow patients in Pembroke. And then another portion that I think people might not know as much about is, but we have a large number of ambulatory care clinics as well. Orthopedics is a huge portion of those because people coming in to emerge with a fracture, they are being followed up then in our orthopedic clinic, lots of visits there. But we do pain management, we have physicians coming up, neurologists from Ottawa, geriatricians, some psychiatry, outpatient services, respirology, urology. So there's a lot of traffic in and out of those clinics and lots of ambulatory care services provided. Diagnostic imaging is another area of growth for us. Even 2 years ago, I think I was doing a presentation. We had 70,000 exams done this year. We did 87,000 exams. In diagnostic imaging. A large portion is still X-ray, and people sometimes are disappointed when they get sent to X-ray, but that is a really solid diagnostic tool for many, many issues, whether it's pneumonia or any kind of fractures happening. But our growth has really been in CT and MRI. And I have to congratulate the government that has come around to the thinking that we should be running the expensive machines as many hours as possible. And that has just happened in the last year with MRI. We're now running our MRI 16 hours Monday to Friday and 12 hours on the weekends. The CT runs 24/7 anyway, but we have seen a huge decrease in our wait time for MRI because of that. And then, of course, we are a large employer as well. We have over 900 employees in 220 job classifications, so lots of opportunities there for employment in a variety from, right out of high school to PhD level jobs. That's, I think, good for our community. We have 190 physicians that are affiliated with the hospital, and I just gave you a couple of numbers here. 33 physicians that help service our emergency department, 24 that are working in our surgical departments, 18 hospitalists, they are the physicians that are looking after our inpatients, and then 13 for ICU. And in addition to that, we have a lot of medical learners. I see one of them sitting in the back row. Maddie, Dr. Nolan, but our medical learners are a really important piece of our future, for our future. And when I say us as a community, because we need to teach these people, and oftentimes when they're taught here, they actually tend to stay. So we do a lot for general surgery, OB, gynecology, and family medicine. And in addition to physician learners, we also have a lot of nursing and allied health learners. Out of the 250 nursing students, about half of them come from Algonquin College. So sometimes, especially this time of the year when people are consolidating and such, you see some of the nursing units and there might be 5, 6 learners behind each one of them. Our new spaces, because I can't take all of you on a tour, I would love to. If anybody wants to come, I'll take you around the hospital, but I thought I'd bring a few pictures. This is our new surgical department. We renovated the old 1950 tower with new procedure rooms. I always point out the terrazzo flooring in there because that's the original floor of the chapel, actually. 1951 flooring, still intact and able to be best practice. Endoscopy suites, and then 14 new recovery spaces, all really bright and friendly, even though they're in the old infrastructure. And ophthalmology is a huge win for us. We used to do ophthalmology procedures in our operating room, so we can move them out into our procedure rooms that's outside of the OR. We do almost 1,200 ophthalmology cataract surgeries now per year, and that has freed up space in our OR that I'll get to after. And then Tower C, so not to see here yet because it's still under renovation, but Tower C is actually going to be our new front entrance. We want to declog the emergency department entrance. There are lots of people coming in there, so we're going to give people an opportunity to come in a different way. And also have new space for Marva Hills, the gift shop, and a bit of a seating area there for patients coming in. This is, we had a bit of a hiccup with the burst pipe, but we do believe now by the end of August it'll all be finished. And this is our new chemotherapy unit. This is a project that the foundation funded at a $3.5 million price tag, together with the pharmacy renovation. So we have a nice, bright, new chemotherapy delivery area now. People have just moved in 2 weeks ago. Patients and staff loving it. It's really spacious, and the nurses can supervise all patients all at the same time. And then on the right-hand side will be our new education and family meeting room spaces. They're not quite ready yet, maybe another couple of weeks. Okay, what's next? I think you have been anxious probably, waiting about an update on EPIC. And I also want to make the connection, because people are asking me sometimes, are you not getting MyChart, you're getting EPIC? MyChart is the patient portal in EPIC. It's a really important piece of information we need to communicate to the public. So I want to give you an update that's both good and bad news, but we have, this is the Champlain Health region, Renfrew County, of course, on the left-hand side. The dark area is the Ottawa region, and then Eastern counties on the right-hand side. Right now, there are 10 hospitals that are in what's called the Atlas Alliance with the Ottawa Hospital. They're Deep River, Barry's Bay, Renfrew, but then Hawkesbury and others, Campbell, Winchester. And when we decided to join EPIC, and we were working with the Ottawa Hospital, we had a launch last October, we were all excited. And then a whole bunch of other hospitals, 6 of them actually, said, I think we would be interested in coming along as well. And that stopped us a bit, and our project just got restarted again. But what an advantage for all of us in our communities to be, in the future, be on one record of all these 16 hospitals. So if you need to go to the Queensway-Carleton Hospital, the Ottawa Hospital, the Renfrew Hospital, the Pembroke Hospital, all of your information is on one chart, all of your diagnostics is seen right there and right then. It's also a huge advantage for physicians and staff to work at other facilities and share services, because they will know the exact same way on how to access charts and such. So huge advantage. It's going to take us 18 months to do this work, and this is why, and I know you can't read this, but every one of those lines is a new module, a new patient flow that we have to adopt as hospitals, a new way of doing things. So it's our biggest change management effort ever in Pembroke. So our go live date now is October 2026. I know this seems far away, but you know, time goes quickly. We are in the middle of preparation now. Again, it'll take 18 months, and those 6 hospitals are all joining us on this journey. Okay, and where are we going next? And, I didn't put a lot of additional information. I want to talk to each one of those points. So the first project is we are submitting another proposal to the ministry. As you know, our building has four pieces to it. Our oldest building is 1950 vintage. There's some programs still in that building. Our medical program that needs updating and renovating, so that'll be our next ask to the ministry to help us with that. The pre-proposal is almost ready. We're ready to send it next week. Parking, you probably hear this. There's no parking at the hospital, right? I see some smiles. So parking, you actually have a role in parking because you are leaving one of our buildings. Thank you very much. And that'll be definitely become a parking lot in the future. And then we have some homes along Deacon Street that we're in the process of taking down. But we need to then get together with some architects who are specializing, architects and engineers in parking structure to develop a parking plan for the hospital. So it's coming, but it's not tomorrow. So we have to hold on a little bit longer with, I know sometimes it's tough. Even for me when I go for a meeting and I come back, I'm like, oh, no parking spot. The other future thing we are doing is expansion on surgeries. So you might have seen a press release on CHIO coming up to Pembroke to do some tonsillectomies on children. These are huge projects we are moving forward. So CHIO has been a huge leader in saying we need to use capacity in our regions, operating room capacity, and do surgeries in those regions so children can get their surgery closer to home. And the moms and dads don't have to drive. It's really scary, right? Oftentimes to have a 2-hour drive back from CHIO to go back home. So this is just a first step. CHIO wants to do ENT surgery, but also general surgery, orthopedics, and eye surgery. So this is going to continue on. And the Ottawa Hospital wants to do the same. So we are in discussions right now with gynecology. There's a huge wait list for gynecological procedures. Some women wait 2 years and longer for their surgeries. So there's a motivation again to say we need to bring those surgeries closer to home and use capacity in outlying hospitals. And because we did the renovation and we are decanting those procedures from our OR, we now have OR time and space to actually bring those larger procedures in. So great partnerships are developing, and I see a really bright future for this. Another really exciting thing is actually it was Neil Nicholson, I have to give him credit for this. When we discussed EPIC at the boardroom table, Neil said, what about primary care? And we're like, yeah, it's a good question. What about primary care and EPIC? And how can we make the system more solid? So in the last year, we have had many discussions, and I'm really happy to say that this has some traction now with a proposal going to the ministry to say, trial a couple of areas, Pembroke maybe being one, where we can, with some investment, see how would EPIC work in primary care in connections with hospitals, and then do a bigger expansion. So the Ottawa team, I just had a meeting with them yesterday, the Ottawa Hospital and the EPIC team from the Ottawa Hospital, and they're super excited. There will be some teams from the Ottawa area as well that are going to jump in on this project as well. So as long as we can get funding, we will be, I think, moving ahead. And then we do a lot of work on specialist recruitment. And, people are talking, of course, about primary care recruitment, but every day we have a discussion or an interview or a reach out to specialists, and that's going more or less well. I always say, what's that game called, Guacamole, where you hit one and the other? So, we solve one area and then another pops up. So it's challenging. And we do provide a lot of support to primary care recruitment, and our primary care teams to help move those agendas forward. On the psychiatric facility expansion, that's a vision of ours to be able to keep higher acuity patients in Pembroke for their psychiatric care. We need psychiatrists to do that. We talked to somebody who was perhaps interested yesterday, so fingers crossed we can go to an interview process with that person, but definitely a challenge. And then a lot about Heart Hub development, and we're intricately involved in that project. And the last piece is for the future is When you have a building like ours and you ask for government funding, the government says, well, what's the long-term plan for the hospital? We need to see what you're going to do in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years out, which is called the master program plan. And there are a whole bunch of consultants with architects that come together. They look at the future of healthcare. They look at our population growth, the aging of our population, and they then determine to say, this is what you need 30 years out as a hospital, and this is what you need in terms of infrastructure. So that is on our plan to do in the next couple of years. Something like this sounds so simple, but this is like a $500,000 price tag to do just that. So, but anyway, this is the end of my presentation, and Richard and I are happy to take any questions on Neil.
Thank you very much, and you're quite gracious in giving Neil Nicholson credit. He only does what we tell him, so no, your board and our community is very fortunate of Neil as an advocate. So questions, comments, and thank you very much. This is a very quick journey through an extremely complex healthcare provider for our region. So thank you. We recognize the speed you went through it to meet our needs, but what a package of information. Thank you. So questions? Member from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Warden, and thanks for the presentation, Sabine. It's always lovely to see you. Not a question, just a comment on your orthopedic surgery unit. I've never been to an orthopedic surgeon before, but sitting in that waiting room with easily 40 other people, I guess there's another waiting room for orthopedics, and they had to put them in the overflow room. So congratulations on this obviously very successful part of PRH. I was shocked. I don't know if it's always supposed to be like that, but there were a lot of people with the broken wrist falling on ice and such, and a lot of hip replacements. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Member from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Sabine, what an excellent presentation. Really pleased to hear about the extension of the hours for MRIs. I'm just curious, what is the current wait time for getting an MRI, and do you have a target that you would like to see it get to?
Right, great. Now I have to dig back into my memory, but I believe the target for MRI, so MRIs, just like anything in healthcare, is prioritized between a priority 1 to a priority 4. So the government is not worried about priority 1, 2, and 3, because generally we meet them within their targets, but they're worried about the priority 4s. Our target is 28 days on those, and I would say we are double that right now. So we review the target wait times for MRI and CT every month at our senior leadership team level, and with the increased hours now we can see the wait time actually is coming down. So people are still waiting 2 months. You know, if you have chronic back pain, that may still be looking like it's a very long time, but the target for MRI P4s is 28 days.
And member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Sabina. Very pleased that we are, certainly in my estimation, having a much more robust and muscular partnership in moving the needle in the provision of health care right across the county of Renfrew. Very pleased at your epic journey, and it is in fact epic by name and by nature. I know that most of the provision of when I'm in acute care is in Renfrew, and it is a sea change, certainly from the user perspective. The other comment I had was with respect to hip surgery. I'm anticipating, as the baby boom has impacted the building of schools, et cetera, as they have worked their way through the system, I'm assuming demographics are probably playing a large part as the boomer generation is now entering their senior years. Ultimately, I'm particularly as I'm talking about the partnership and the development of the provision of healthcare. So the current kind of focus, certainly in my estimation, is the addressing primary care and our challenges, and this is the initiative that Dr. Jane Philpott has been tasked in Ontario. And I'm right now at this level, it is somewhat vague, our knowledge of what is transpiring there. One of the things, perhaps the most tantamount thing to me in designing any of these, the algorithm is such that it should be driven with the perspective of the consumer, the patient, the resident that is seeking health care at whatever stage they are seeking it at. So I'm quite engaged or animated with respect to that patient experience has to be the largest, in my estimation, component of what this is going to look like. We certainly have been aware in this chamber, I think by times we touched on maybe 30,000 unattached patients across the county of Renfrew. So it's imperative that as we are now designing this new system, as we are flying it, as is often said in this chamber, that it's not a command economy, that it's a market economy, that we're responding to the needs of our community, not to the needs of the institutions that provide the healthcare. I'm wondering if you can shed any light on where we are going within the county of Renfrew, even if it is from the perspective of Pembroke Regional Hospital. Although I note as well that you, along with Chief Nolan, are the co-chairs of our Ottawa Valley Ontario Health team.
Yes, I was just going to mention that. So you have the two experts, I guess. Perhaps, I don't know, Mike, in the room. But I would say my second hat is being the co-chair of the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. And we now got a mandate from the ministry, from Jane Philpott, to say primary care is your absolute priority currently as OHTs. And the directive on it to say, you need to put all of your efforts behind helping me develop the primary care system, which is great. And, I think we have been doing what we can from the hospital perspective to help the primary care system as well. It's very interesting when I speak to CEOs from larger areas, they often say, like, what do you know about your primary care system? Well, I don't know everything. I know a large portion of what's happening in primary care in Renfrew County, but the large hospitals actually are much less involved. We are intricate partners with primary care. And when you look at just going back to the emergency department slide, that big yellow box, that is a sign of people not having primary care. If people are coming in with advanced, COPD or heart failure, that is because they didn't have a primary care physician who was saying, things are not sounding great. You're going to need medication, you need diagnostics. And they come with advanced disease. From my perspective as a hospital CEO, and I do believe our board is very much in line with this, is it would be a failure of institutions like ours to look at the future growth rather than what can we do upfront to prevent people from actually getting to develop disease. I think our focus needs to be there and our investments need to be there. I often hear about growth in hospitals and institutions, and in some areas where there's population growth, they are in a different position, right? They need more beds because they have 20% more people. This is not Renfrew County. We have growth in our seniors population, but not overall huge population growth. We need to do whatever we can to strengthen the system to do more prevention and prevent people from getting ill. And I think all of us would want to be in that boat to say, I don't want to be in an acute care bed. I would rather not be darkening the door of the hospital if I could. So what do I need to do to prevent that and having that support? So I don't know whether that answers your question, Councillor Donoghue, but we are involved. What the future holds, I think you're absolutely right. We do have lots of patient and family members giving us advice on the primary care system for the future. But Dr. Philpott also has her own ideas on how that system should look like, and I'm sure we're going to come up with a great model. But the model that she is proposing is actually what the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team put forward in our proposal when we became a health team in 2021, and that's called a medical home, where you have a family physician, you do in-person visits with an allied health team surrounding you, they can, sometimes the visits can be virtual by phone if people can't make it to the clinic, but really that in-person wraparound service. And that's Dr. Philpott's vision as well. So I think we're on the right track. I saw some reports on forecasting where primary care physicians are sitting in terms of needs and demands. I would say in the next 5 years, getting a lot better. And I see, I talked to Dr. Johnson, who is our lead for the Pembroke Family Medicine Teaching Unit. He now has 6 residents graduating every single year. He also believes that give us another 3, 4, 5 years, and actually we are going to be in much, much better shape. But the problem is right now. And when you don't have a family doctor right now, I know what, it's concerning.
Supplementary?
Thank you. Just to comment, Mr. Warden, I think it does behoove me to express our deep appreciation for your graciousness as our landlord with the paramedic station on the corner of the campus at Pembroke Regional. So I'm very pleased, actually, that I believe in 2026 we are, after I think perhaps 15 to 20 years of slowly moving off of the campus of PRH, I think we are to achieve that in 2026. So I thank you and the hospital for your incredible generosity in being patient with us. Thank you.
Well, I think we'll miss you because, we do like to have the paramedics right around the corner, so be a little bit further away.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? And I'll start with Petawawa and then move to Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, Sabine, for bringing us the update at the Pembroke Regional Hospital. It's always good to hear all of the innovations and exciting things going on there. Thank you so much to you and your management team for your hard work, persistence, and advocacy. It's because of that you were able to secure all this funding from the various levels of government and update and modernize the Pembroke Regional Hospital. And that keeps our patients here in Renfrew County rather than having to go to Ottawa. And thanks to all of your team, there's almost 1,000 healthcare workers at the hospital, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers who do such an amazing job in taking care of us here in Renfrew County. And just on a personal note, I developed pneumonia, and I used the RC VTAC, and I went in and I was in and out in less than 15 minutes. I got a requisition to go get an x-ray, and I was in and out so fast, I paid the minimum amount at the parking.
Good for you. Bad for us.
Yes. So congratulations. I know you take a lot of heat for wait times, but maybe I just got lucky. But thanks for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Gary. Really appreciate it.
And Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. And thank you, Warden, for the comment, just to make sure my head doesn't get too big.
We work very hard at that.
Sabine, I'm take the opportunity of sitting on this side of the desk to ask a question. I know there's a lot of partnerships that happen between the hospital, PRH, and the county. Heart Hub is one that's been in the news and is, so far very successful. But I know there's that existing relationship that we have with paramedics helping out our emergency department. Can you share some of your thoughts with respect to that relationship and how has it helped the hospital and the service to the community?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm delighted to do so. So, post-COVID, we had to really change the paradigm on how do we staff the clinical units in the hospital and come up with new and innovative models. And, Chief Nolan and the paramedic service stood up and said, have you ever thought of having paramedics in the emergency department and integrating into the care there? And so we have a couple of advanced care paramedics that are helping us on a daily basis out in the emerge, looking at patients, doing some treatments, and such. And in addition to that, we also now have ambulance offload paramedics. So the biggest issue with ambulance wait time is not the care of the patient in the emergency department, but it's not being able to release that ambulance to go back out into the community. So we now together again with the county have offload paramedics that take the patient over and look after the patient in that offload mode, and so the ambulance and the paramedics of that car can go back out into the community and help out. It has been a great partnership. But I also want to say is we use community paramedic service on a daily basis in our discharge planning. So I would say there's no distinction anymore between, paramedics and hospital. Like we're sort of all working in the same, for the same interest of patients and families and keeping people safe and healthy.
Thank you. What a very refreshing message. We really appreciate that, and that's the kind of leadership and proclamation or statement that I think the community is starving for, that the leaders in the sectors recognize they have a responsibility to form productive partnerships. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll have a couple. When I take a look at slide 2 with your CTAS 3, that big yellow blob, it certainly looks like VTAC has a role in freeing up the space and time for those patients to be looked after. And I think as we mature VTAC so that it becomes more of I'll say a walk-in clinic model that we're doing now, that'll certainly allow you to maintain a quality of care for that yellow blob. And so is that a fair statement or a fair mindset for me and council to go forward with?
I'm in complete agreement, Warden, because I would say even 5 years, just before COVID, we would be looking at we actually have a classification of patients coming to emerge that should be seeking service elsewhere. And that number was quite high. And VTAC has really helped us to bring this number down. I cannot imagine what our emergency department wait times that are already high would be now if we had another 5,000 non-urgent visits. It would be, I don't even know where we will put people, frankly. So I think we are doing the right work right now. The right people are coming into our emergency department. Would we, I think as a society, as a community, as healthcare into the future, would we like to see less of that yellow block? Absolutely. And I think if we can do better primary care, better preventative care, that should happen. That block should diminish and come down. But overall, right now, I would say we see the right patients in our emergency department.
Great, thank you. You don't need to comment on this, but my griping over the years, I'm so glad to see my chart in Epic because I have 5 CPI numbers. And I would love to see it extended to Kingston when I visit there on occasion and twist my ankle or something. But I'm so glad to see that, so thank you for that. And I know the cost and the effort, and it's one of those side of desk things that's a constant frustration, I'm sure, for you and your staff to make, because you have to phone somebody and get an email or as the health system is still preoccupied with faxes, get a fax. So I'm so glad you were able to accomplish this, and I know it was a significant financial investment, so thank you for that. And
yes, actually, maybe one comment, Peter. Yeah. It is really because of the foresight of the board. When we approved EPIC, we also had a deficit budget all at the same time, and EPIC is anticipated to cost $17 million with all these hospitals coming on board. It's probably a couple of million less, but it was the foresight of the board to make that decision to go ahead with the investment anyway because of the importance of it that has brought us here.
Good, thank you. And the chart that talks about the Atlas Alliance partners, I'm so glad to see that because, when you look at the number of beds that are available, I think in COVID and slightly before that, we were hearing stories of people that were shipped from London to a Toronto bed, or London to a Sault Ste. Marie bed, or Sault Ste. Marie to Cornwall. So I'm glad that we've been able to, with that partnership, at least reduce, should there be a problem, the amount of travel. It's still onerous, but it's not as onerous as going 5.5 hours. So again, thank you. That's a great foresight, and to you and your board, as a user, I certainly appreciate that. So thank you. And just to give you, it's widely known within Chambers. I had my hip replaced. It was at Pembroke Regional, and so thank you for that. Your staff were amazing. The journey through, first of all, the MRI, which was not much of a waiting time, and then a number of a number of different x-rays, and then seeing Dr. Chang, and then moving through that process. And then the day of the surgery, but my recovery was complicated by my fragile nature, so I had to stay a couple of extra days for a week, and then I had a week of physio. And so in all instances, very professionally treated, friendly smiles, easy to get along with. And the only time I pulled out the warden card was when I had a problem. And so I went to Sabine because I had a problem. We had to host a warming center meeting, so she very graciously allowed me to co-opt one of her boardrooms, and so I certainly appreciate your problem solving, and again, your leadership and partnership when we did talk about the warming center and being part of our board. So in those two instances, you know, I certainly appreciate your flexibility and your interest in the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And so with that, I think that's everything. So again, thank you. What a great presentation, and we'll put it on Craig to make sure that you're a regular guest. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to move to correspondence, and Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. So all the correspondence received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee, but I will note in your agendas on pages 12 through 29 is the April edition of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus newsletter that is there for your reading pleasure.
Thank you. And just a couple of things I'd like to highlight is with the Wardens Caucus, we wanted to ensure that we understood the significance of our local economy and the impact that tariffs have on it. So if you take a look at those numbers, 64.6 billion per year total exports. We're all experts, and sometimes we get exported, but total exports from Eastern Ontario to other jurisdictions outside the region, public and private. And again, those are 2021 numbers, and 42.5 billion a year total private sector exports from Eastern Ontario to other jurisdictions outside the region. And then there's the number of 132.5 billion. So very significant numbers. I don't think we recognize that. You know, I think we tend to think local and neighborhood and smallish, but we're part of a larger region that has a fairly significant dollar value. And then if you take a look at the next page, when you look at Renfrew on the top commercial or industrial exports by Eastern Ontario, by dollar volume, scientific research and development services, $345 million. So I'm not sure we could have said that 10 years ago or 15 years ago. You know, and I think we, again, don't recognize, you know, the value of what we do and the might of it. And so anyway, you know, those are the kinds of things that jump out at me, and I wanted to make sure that we shared that with the public, because I know all of you have read this, but I just wanted to pass that through. And so with that, we'll move to the next thing, which is the committee reports, and we'll go to community services and Councillor Giardini.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. There is one resolution regarding directed growth plan for the Canada-wide early learning and child care system known as CWELC. Resolution number CS-CC-25-04-22 Moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Director of Community Services and the Manager of Children's Services to submit the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare CWELC Directed Growth Plan for the County of Renfrew to the Ministry of Education, and that staff move forward with the development and implementation of an application process for new CWELC expansion in the County of Renfrew. The background is all there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Of course, I'll have a couple. So again, I think we talked about this, but we can never say it long enough and loud enough. Thank you to staff and chair for their efforts in working with the province to get the extra seats that we deserve, our community deserves. So I think sometimes people hear, you've gone to Toronto, you've talked to AMO, you've gone to Roma. What happened? Well, we made a presentation, and we've had a couple follow-up letters, and staff are working feverishly with the provincial advisor. So it takes time, but it does work. It does work. And so congratulations to everybody for their patience and their energy and just grinding it out. That's all I can suggest we do. We just have to grind it out. Good information, challenge them gently. I think sometimes our public thinks, you should go down there and just tell those buggers. Yeah, you can go tell those buggers, but it's better to show up and help our esteemed buggers learn something new and then gently move it forward. Because at some point, I think by being polite and respectful, people say, we really have to do something for those nice people. And I think that approach works, and congratulations to everybody. When you take a look at the federal campaigns, some look like they've been written on a napkin, and we're a yearbook for somebody, but I wouldn't say that. So it doesn't look like the Conservatives, when you look at their platform, are going to cancel the program. It doesn't say that, and it certainly doesn't talk about those as savings. So we'll have to assume, that they're going to honor the commitment to childcare, CWELC, and then also when you look at the Liberal platform, it too speaks to it as well. So. I think those are the kinds of things that we'll have to be aware of over the next several days, and then shortly after the election, clarifying those promises. So I don't see our time, to sit back just yet. So we'll have to move forward. Any other comments, questions? All right, seeing. I'm sorry, member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I would just echo support to staff for all the work that was put into it. I mean, you're seeing a one-page report here that represents 2-3 years of effort and a whole bunch of other documents that go behind this. So congratulations to staff. I'm really excited to see the demand, and my hope is that our existing facilities, our communities across the county are making a demand for greater than the number of seats we have, and just to demonstrate that there is a need out there. And I'm really hopeful that this solves at least part of the problem, and then we can continue to advocate for more spots in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And with that, seeing no other questions or comments, I would ask for a mover.
So moved.
You've heard the report, and then again the comments, Council. With that, I'll ask for those in favor. Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And with that, we will then move to the Health Committee and Chair, please.
To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows, beginning with information item number 1. Long-Term Care Homes 2025 Strategic Operation Plan. And of course, this is the application of this year's efforts towards in keeping with the new strategic plan that has just been approved. The Health Committee formally approved the operational plan based on the following recommendation, resolution number HC-250443, that the Health Committee approve the County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes 2025 operational plan. Item number 2 is the Central Ambulance Communications Center dispatching services, and in fact, there is a change being driven from my home municipality, that is the Township of Admaston and Bromley, that has not heretofore participated in dispatch, not to be confused with the actual dispatching, the call out to an emergency response, be it a motor vehicle collision or a fire, but that is where ultimately the communications ceased. And that is going to, or in fact, I think has been backdated. I think it is live now, where communications continue to be through the Central Ambulance Communications Center. So we're very pleased with that. Once again, the Health Committee provided the following direction to staff, which was Resolution HC 250446, that the Health Committee recommends that staff be directed to negotiate the Township of Admaston and Bromley's request to include dispatching as part of the Renfrew Central Ambulance Communications Center agreement to ensure there will be no additional administration fees to the agreement for the provision of communication services to the County of Renfrew Fire Services. Moving on then, Warden, to resolutions, beginning with item number 3, the Bonisher Manor Fire Door Controllers. This is resolution number H-CC-25-04-44. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the capital purchases of fire door controllers from Safe and Sound Division of Yemen Electric, Renfrew, Ontario, in the amount of $49,961.96, plus applicable taxes, to be funded from the Bonisher Manor unallocated reserve. And the background, Mr. Warden, is attached. Item 4, and finally, is Bonisher Manor expansion of door access card system. Resolution number H-CC-25-04-45, moved once again by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the reallocation of $30,000 from the 2025 Bonisher Manor capital budget designated for the replacement of a transformer in order to support the expansion of the door keycard access system to include 10 resident hub rooms. The background is attached. I will just note that on inspection, the transformer that was proposed to be replaced is in fact continuing to provide good service and remains viable into the future. So very pleased to be able to reallocate those funds, Mr. Warden, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair along with committee members.
Thank you. Sorry, I had hit the screen and it went somewhere else. With that, members of committee, are there any questions or comments or concerns on item number 1? Okay, thank you. So glad to see, sometimes we can wander around our responsibilities and distract from our core business. So I'm so glad to see the strategic plans are in place for the long-term care facilities. Item number 2. Okay. Item number 3. So just for my information and probably for those at home, when you say fire door controllers, my uneducated view of that is that in the event of a fire that causes the doors to open to allow people to get in and out, or does it cause them to close to prevent fire from spreading? So if I could ask the director. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Through to council. What happens is when the alarm goes off, the magnetic releases allow the doors to close.
Okay, thank you. And does that allow them to be opened by the pushing on the panic button or panic rail?
That's correct, Warden.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. And then item number 4. Okay, seeing no questions there. And the committee, or sorry, the report as a whole. Could I get a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. So you've heard the report, some of the questions. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And with that, we will now move to corporate services, and Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under resolutions, we have Resolution FACC 25-04-29, moved by the Chair, seconded by Committee, that the County Council endorse participation in the Gord Downey and Chani Wenjack Funds Legacy Spaces programs, and the county promote the reconciliation initiatives across the organization as a meaningful expression of our why. Our purpose is to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. And under bylaws, resolution number FACC 25-04-30, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a revised bylaw to establish and require payment of user fees and charges, and that user fee bylaw 3824 be repealed. And resolution FACC 25-04-31, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario and Lands Corporation for financing of capital works, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam, Pembroke Paramedic Base, and Whitewater Paramedic Base to authorize temporary borrowing from OILC to meet expenditures in connection with such capital work, and to authorize long-term borrowing for such capital work through the issuance of debentures to OILC. And finally, I have resolution number FACC 25-25-04-32, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the following corporate policies. Policy B01, performance appraisals, amended. Policy B12, performance management, new. Policy B13, total compensation philosophy, new. Policy E01, hours of work and overtime, amended. Policy G07, employee and family assistance program, amended. Policy G08, impairment in the workplace, amended. Policy H02, discipline and dismissal, amended. And that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns from members of committee on item number 1? Okay, I think it's an important report, but one of the most significant parts is the strategic alignment, which lines up with our priorities. And you'll see the 4 bullet points. I think fostering an inclusive and respectful workplace, which also spills over into the community, is very important. And then strengthening relationships with Indigenous communities. So when you take a look at those are ongoing projects for us, and this lines up with what we're doing. And seeing nothing further, we'll move to number 2. Okay, thank you. And number 3, and I think maybe a little more explanation for our public from Mr. Perkins. Why do we have a dam?
Thank you, Warden. Through you to County Council. We have a dam because of our legal opinion that it was in our right-of-way. So by virtue of it being in our right-of-way, it becomes our responsibility.
Okay, thank you. So when we were rehabbing it, and I was being unfair to him, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam, the dam is immediately adjacent to the culvert, and since we do not have a conservation authority, which could, in theory, have taken or should have ownership, and since our friends at Whitewater looked the other way and said, "Dam? What dam?" We were left with it, and so it's just when you go through that and you see culvert and dam, I think that's going to spark some curiosity from our public. So thank you for that. Any further questions? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Just preceding the question, of course, it is also meant to hold back water, the dam. You might remember from Looney Tunes, Blackjack Shellac. He was an erstwhile engineer that demonstrated the various means and modes of dam construction. My question probably is, and I will let Mr. Perkins off the hook on this, is probably for Mr. Burke. I'm wondering, so the long-term borrowing rates of interest will not be known until, in fact, these construction loans are going to be converted. I'm wondering what the current construction loan interest that OIC is currently charging.
Through you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. The current construction loan financing rate is 3.22%, and that is, of course, variable, so it will continue to move depending on the interest rates available up to the point where we have finished the project and then convert the loan into a long-term debenture.
Thank you. Supplementary.
So, in fact, what Mr. Burke is saying is subject to the caprices of the President of the United States and his tariff journey. Thank you.
Yes, I think that would be a fair statement, which is largely unknown. Thank you. With that, we'll move to item number 4. A rather lengthy section, so seeing no questions or comments or concerns. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. So you've heard the report, some of the comments, and excellent responses by Director Perkins. So with that, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. For some reason, I'm getting my sleeve wrapped around my chair, and every time I try to lift my arm, I'll dislocate my shoulder. So next, we'll move to consent items. We see none. Staff reports where direction is needed. None. Closed session. None. What a great word. Rise from closed session, of course, none. Matters arising, none. Reports from representatives of appointed to external boards, none. Notice of motions. We have a written motion, resolution that County Council adopt the following motion. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. And whereas FCM's Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual conference and trade show will be held May 29th until June 1st, 2025. During that time, the annual general meeting will be held, followed by the election of FCM's Board of Directors. Be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew endorse Councillor Glenn Doncaster to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors and/or appointments to standing committees for the period starting in June 2025. And be it further resolved that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Glenn Doncaster attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings. So can I have a mover, please? Member from Amherst Bromley, seconded by the member from Bonshire Valley. Discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. Very supportive of the resolution. I just wanted to get public acknowledgement from our treasurer that the cost associated with this appointment or this endorsement has already been included in our budget.
Yes.
Through you, Warden, yes, there is a budget for FCM expenses. It eludes me at the exact moment what that amount is. I believe it's $10,000, but it is in the county council budget.
Okay, thank you. And the member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden Emo. I've been attending FCM as a board member and as a committee member on and off for the last number of years. And I feel very privileged that this group has sent me there. Over the years, I've created some really good relationships, and we share information. So I think it's quite valuable. And as I said, I'm honored to be able to go there and say I'm from Renfrew County. And until recently, so it's the Glenn and Glenn show, but it's Connie Glenn, and I'm the other way around. But she's from Kingston, and then Tim Tierney is the first vice president now, and there's another member from Ottawa, automatically appointed because they're over 1 million population. But 3 years ago, it was Tim Tierney and myself that were the only representatives from Eastern Ontario, and now we still only have 4, but So anyway, I'll try to bring our concerns forward and try to move the yardstick a little farther along.
Thank you very much for your continued advocacy, and I'll comment after the CL.
Thank you, Warden. I guess it's unusual, but I will ask the question and maybe make the acknowledgement that this is a 2-year appointment. I'll note that this starts in June of 2025 and then stretches to June 2027. Obviously, there's an election in June and November of 2026. Do you have an idea of what happens there and from your colleagues from those affected by an Ontario election?
Sure, thank you for that. I was going to make a comment around that right at the end, but I would like to amend that portion of the resolution to say the period starting June 2025 and ending at the AGM in 2027, if that's, just to add that in there. It is a little, so 2 years ago, from the governance committee and the board of directors, it took a number of years, but the FCM board adopted 2-year terms for board of director members and committee members. The table officers are still only 1 year because they cycle through the 4 positions. I'm not sure why they straddled an election in Ontario. It's some of them. There's a few other provinces that straddle that also. It would have made more sense to start it another year later. And then it would line up. But so, and it does happen. So last year, so the president of FCM last year, Jeff Stewart from Nova Scotia, did not get reelected in Nova Scotia. And so he was off the board of directors, not the president of FCM anymore, just like that, instantaneously. So it will happen in Ontario in 2026. I'm almost guaranteed that we'll lose some of the members. And then there is a process within the bylaw to replace those members. So, yeah.
So I would accept that this would be a friendly amendment to add to the be it resolved, starting in June 25th and ending June 2027. And since I rule on friendly amendments, I think it's appropriate to suggest it would be one. Thank you. So you've heard the motion, and with that, I'd like to also, yes, member for Boulder Valley.
It's all right, Warden. I'll ask Glenn later on. I was just wondering about proxy voting if we couldn't go.
Okay, thank you. So much of what we do is interconnected with the federal government. as you know, the provinces and the federal government often, or sometimes, I shouldn't say often, sometimes don't line up and don't have policy initiatives that align perfectly. And I think it's very important for FCM and Roma and AMO to play in the middle ground to help them align. Because sometimes governments, and I know this comes as a shock, but sometimes governments pronounce grandiose policy schemes, and we have to help them understand what they're trying to do. And I think the FCM does a great job in aligning that. And I think one of the primary issues of our period in this chambers and likely extending into the next few years is homelessness and housing affordability. And I believe that's an issue that's going to need to be resolved and met, the challenge met by all three levels of government. The federal government has the most money, the province has the ability to direct it to us, and we have the ability to work with our community to meet the needs. And so I can't say enough about the efforts of Glenn, and I'll use his first name as opposed to the titles, the efforts of Glenn to inform us so that we in turn can inform our residents and our ratepayers and our community about what the progress is or what the needs are and how we're going to meet that challenge. So thank you very much for taking that on. I recognize, as does everybody in these chambers, how much work it is, because I know how much reading we do at our local level, how much we do here, and then to add on serving on a body where there's all sorts of policy that may not see light for 3 or 4 years. So thank you very much for taking that on. We certainly appreciate it. Certainly.
Sorry, Warden, I'm just stuck on the mechanics of this. And I acknowledge, I certainly acknowledge Councillor Doncaster's efforts on FCM. However, the mechanics of appointing someone, should Councillor Doncaster not run or not be elected to the Reeve position and to County Council, the appointment of a citizen to a County Council board and be compensated for it has not been contemplated in our composition or in our compensation bylaws. So there have to be mechanics on how to do that subsequent to an election not occurring. But I defer.
Okay, so I see so my impression is that his membership to FCM, should he not be elected, ceases right away. So that would, in turn, our contribution or our recognition would cease right away. Is that?
So the county, if I could, the county contributes to FCM. The county of Renfrew is an FCM member, so that will continue as long as County Council approves FCM being, or the county being a member of FCM. If Councillor Doncaster doesn't run or isn't successful in his bid to be an elected member of council that is appointed to County Council, so the Reeve position, for example, in the town of Deep River, in effect, that he would be no longer eligible to be on the board or any committees. Post November, December of that year.
Sorry, that's correct.
Yeah. And so are you suggesting?
The amendment was that he sits on the board until June 2027? But that would not be the case, because after December, if he's not elected, I mean, maybe it's semantics, but I'm just trying to.
So
if I might, so it kind of is, because, as I said, if I'm not an elected official, then I can't be on FCM board of directors or committees. The importance of those dates is, I don't even have this up anymore. Where to go? Oh, there it is. The importance of the dates is basically and be it further resolved, the final paragraph is that the county is saying that the county is going to cover my expenses for that period of time. But if I'm not an elected official, then I wouldn't be there. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
I think that it is largely moot because ultimately we cannot supersede the bylaws of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. If there is any concern, in the last, the second and last resolving clause, ultimately I suppose if Councillor Doncaster and post not being a councillor any further, as just a run-of-the-mill nerd, wanted to continue to attend the board meetings, we are providing for him to do so. So if there's any concern that he might wish to do that on the public dime while not sitting on the board, there could be a slight friendly amendment, but I think that it is unlikely that Councillor Doncaster would have an interest in continuing to attend board meetings if not a member of the board.
If I might, I would agree. If I was not an elected official, I probably wouldn't be going to FCM.
Wow, I'm disappointed. So,
from a process perspective, I would agree and have no concerns. I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge at least and have that conversation. Thank you.
okay, perfect. Thank you. So with that, members of council, all those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Congratulations, and you go forward with our good wishes. Are there any announcements? Member from Bownshire Valley.
Thank you, Warden. Connie very kindly put on your desks an invitation. We are renaming Centennial Park in the village of Eganville to Gerald Tracy Park. It is his birthday that day, so, bring gifts. But yeah, I'd love it if all of you can join us. And I know that the warden will not be around, so maybe if Uncle Dan wants to come as the deputy warden, that would be great. Take something off my plate. But yeah, so a very exciting day. We've got some music lined up and some snacks. And some of the people that actually helped to build what will be formerly Centennial Park. Thank you, Warden.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, very quickly, you have the 2025 County of Renfrew budget overview. So we place that on your desks, and we hope you share it with your councils and your communities. There's an electronic version that you may want to place on your website. As you are no doubt aware from your very first budget when you sat here, how complex our budget is. And sometimes it's really tough to get the numbers straight and the percentages and how much does the province pay overall and how much do we pay overall and what's the overlap, where else do we get revenue. So all of those things are important to our community and you as our messenger. Although sometimes you might feel you're being shot at, the messenger should be armed with good information. So we're hopeful this will help in your conversations with your community. And we would like to move to new business, but before we do that, the member from Petawawa, if you could just educate council, and I'm sorry, a little bit about your visitor and the fact that you're going to Holland and the Netherlands as a return.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Warden.
You did a great job on the spot 2 or 3 times when I was there, so you're more than well versed.
Through you, Warden. So the mayor of Leeuwarden in the Netherlands, it's a town of 120,000. And it also encompasses the province of Friesland. And because he's the mayor of the largest city in the province of Friesland, he also takes on other duties more than a normal mayor of a city would. Just for one example, he's also responsible for every fire department in every town in the province of Friesland, being the mayor of the largest municipality. And being the mayor of the largest municipality in Renfrew County, I would not want that extra responsibility of looking after all your fire departments. Yeah, I know you would.
Let's vote on that.
So it was a big honor to host him here in Petawawa because it was the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the town of Leeuwarden, and we're the hosts of the Royal Canadian Dragoons in Petawawa. So in the Netherlands, yes, I am going on May 1st and spending 5 days in Holland and most of it in the town of Leeuwarden. But they have 3 days of ceremonies and celebrations regarding the liberation. So on the 3rd, there's lots of, I'll call them a parade or procession of World War II vintage vehicles. that winds its way through the countryside of Friesland. So I'm lucky enough to get to participate and ride on these various vehicles. There is a 100-year-old veteran of the Winnipeg Rifles named Jim Parks, who is attending in person for all of these days of ceremonies. On the 4th of May is the liberation ceremonies, and on the 5th is the national celebration. So there's lots of visits to war cemeteries and laying of wreaths and speeches and various other events. But on the 5th, it is actually more of a celebration and all kinds of festivals and bands and things like that going on. And just to let especially my constituents know that I am paying for everything. Flights, hotels, meals, everything. There's no taxpayer dollars being spent on my visit over in the Netherlands. So it's very exciting, and I'm looking forward to our two towns developing a more long-term friendship and relationship, almost like a twinning of the cities.
Thank you. Frankly, I think it would be a wise investment for your taxpayers, but it's a nice and generous gesture on your part. And if you could just give a little explanation on the Canadian Liberators. There was a mention of them, and then the two gentlemen who organized it from his side of the ocean.
You're testing my memory powers here. So on April 15th, 1945, the Royal Canadian Dragoons were one of the units in Northern Holland and in the province of Friesland who were taking part in the liberation, and the Nazi occupiers had heard that there was a unit approaching the city, and they actually fled the town of Leeuwarden before the Royal Canadian Dragoons could get there. And at that point, the Dutch resistance rose up in the town and helped as well to expel the occupiers from the town. Don White was one of the first Royal Canadian Dragoons to enter the city of Leeuwarden, and he unfortunately passed away, I think he was 95 a couple of years ago, but he had been coming to Petawawa or to Leeuwarden for most of those years as one of the representatives for the Royal Canadian Dragoons. But last week, 3 members of his family did come to Petawawa to attend the parade, and Heather, one of the daughters, will also be going to Leeuwarden to attend the festivities there this year as a representative for her father. So unfortunately, there are no Royal Canadian Dragoons who liberated the city left alive at this point. The two gentlemen, Ima and Marco, I won't try their last names, they're hard to pronounce, but they belong to a group called the Federation of Canadian Liberators. And it's a nonprofit organization. Their sole purpose is to come together and ensure that the liberation, the liberators, and all of the members of the Canadian military are remembered for what they've done. And it's a great organization, and they do a fantastic job of ensuring that the children of today continue to remember the sacrifice made by members of our Canadian military in liberating all of the towns in Friesland, the province of Friesland.
Great, thank you very much. Much better job than I could have done. So I really appreciate that, and it was one of the more meaningful things I've been able to be a part of. I think, especially in this time of crisis where, we've got some yahoo talking about making us part of his country, and we have no desire to do that. And talks about crashing our economy because him and his buddies can make a few bucks off of it. I think it's important for us to remember who we are. And when you go to the Netherlands and see the affection and respect that Canada is held by the local citizens, and they take great pride in keeping the sites of where our soldiers are resting clean and tidy and well painted and exceptionally well maintained, and the respect they have for the sites and the sacrifices. It's overwhelming. I've been there a couple of times, and I'm going back this year, but it's shortly after. So I'm so glad to see that Gary is attending. He's just a super ambassador for us, so we're very fortunate to have him doing that. And so I just wanted to make sure we remembered, first of all, this significant event, and then secondly, remember it as we're struggling a little bit with our place in the world. We had a place of prominence. We have a place of prominence. We'll have a place of prominence. We'll always be prominent internationally. And so you can push that message out by using the information that you received today. So thank you for that. On a nearly important note, their mayor has a driver and a personal assistant, just saying. And the regional governor, who equates to the warden, is called the King. So it's quite interesting, or King's Lander or something like that.
Commissioner of the King.
That's right. So just, again, just we're pitching around titles. So anyway, learned a lot that day, but again, very thankful for the invitation. And we'll move to that bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Could I have a mover, please? Mover from Renfrew, seconded by Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Resolution of bylaw 5525 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on April 23rd, 2025 be now deemed numbered, read 3 times and passed. Mover, member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And we will adjourn, the County Council adjourn at 11:11, at 11 seconds as well. Mover, member from North Agona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from McNabb Breeside. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Is carried. Thank you, Council. And again, thank you to staff for their reports and their explanations. Thank you to Council for your insightful comments and questions. Can we be back at 11:30?
Thank you, and welcome back to our Development and Property Committee meeting on Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025, beginning at 11:30. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, then could I get a mover and a seconder for the Development Property Committee minutes from March 26, 2025? Moved by member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. There are no delegations or presentations. Moving on to communications, attached is some correspondence received from Eorn. Are there any questions for staff on the attached correspondence? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder to accept the, oh, sorry. Councillor from Admiston Brum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is on the communications, either of the two items, is that correct?
Oh, that is correct, yes.
Okay. So mine was with respect to item B on the agricultural system implementation, and I note within the actual letter or memorandum from the province, and it's item number 1, the land-based resources. So it seems to be twofold, or sometimes even in perhaps contrast. So we are required to identify lands, but we're not required to include them. Is that accurate? When I'm reading that, it says to implement the agricultural land base, municipalities are required to identify and designate prime agricultural areas, but inclusion of rural lands within the agricultural land base is left to municipal discretion. Those seem to be in conflict, those two statements. I wonder if Mr. Davis could shed some light on that.
Director Davis, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So when staff has read this and reviewed this letter from OMAFA and looking at this systems approach, so what I'm reading into this and what staff is reading into this, there's a two-prong approach. There are soil classifications that we have to include. And then with a systems approach, we have to really look at beyond just the agricultural lands and look at lands that may not be agricultural but may be impacted by the agricultural organizations. And that is the discretion to be included or not, if that makes sense. Chair.
I'm good, but he doesn't get it.
Supplementary?
No, I do not, and I mean, I'm not going to wish I can take this offline. For our purposes, I think that this chamber will be unsurprised that there is tension, of course. The agricultural lands and the industry that is agriculture does need some protection, et cetera, from encroachment of conflicting uses. At the same time, certainly given the sensitivity to the county of Renfrew, and what I'm often hearing in my municipality is, why are those lands designated ag lands? You couldn't grow anything on those lands. So that is the tension that exists here. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what prompted the question. I'm a little bit confused still, but I'll take that offline. Thank you.
Thank you, and Director Davis and I also had a number of conversations about this, and maybe Mr. Davis, you could also, because you did enlighten me that sometimes agriculture lands also include lands that are currently forest.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair. And we did have a fulsome discussion regarding agricultural or class 1, 2, and 3 soils in Renfrew County and beyond. And some people do think that because it's a forested area, it doesn't equate to class 1, 2, 3 soils, and it could be. And that's why we hear some comments from the public saying, well, this is a forested land, it can't support agriculture. But with the data we receive from the province, it does indicate these soils could be capable of being agricultural class 1, 2, 3 soils. So that's why there's a bit of a disconnect. And maybe if I could, Chair, just one more time to kind of go back to this systems approach. once we implement this, we talked about this during the budget cycle. We talked about this at hiring a consultant to look at this. Because it's beyond the typical workload of our GIS team and our planning team. If we move forward, you will see an increase, the possible increase in agricultural lands within Renfrew County if we're looking at this systems approach. It won't reduce the land base of agricultural. So just kind of keep that in mind. Once the County of Renfrew budgets for this for 2026, and once we start implementing this systems approach, you will see a change on the maps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor from Edmundston Brumley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up. What I will say is universally, I've had no complaints within my municipality that there should be more lands included in ag zoning. Strangely enough, universally, they believe that more acres are considered ag. And what I will suggest, even in addition to the forested area that Mr. Davis is speaking to, in fact, there is a quarry operates on property that I own. There is, outside of the quarry, the lands are also designated ag, which is a very strange thing because there's about 10 inches of soil on top of limestone rock. However, I think it's important for, that this is now on the floor before us. I don't know which of the PPS we're into now, this is the fourth, fifth, whichever one it is. I know that early on the deference in the development of the PPS from the Ministry of Agriculture, there was deference given towards excluding lands that were largely in non-ag areas, but were very good farmlands. Not this PPS, but I believe the one immediately preceding that flipped that on its head, where in fact, even where there were small pockets of agricultural soils within larger areas that would not be considered to be prime agriculture at all, were now, in a systems-based approach, were now given the ag zoning designation. So my concerns, I think, on how this is going to move forward are probably valid in that it is not going to see a diminishment of those lands that will have that color on our zoning maps. There will be an enhancement or an enlargement of same. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Oh, the warden, please.
Thank you. And again, I want to echo somewhat the words of my friend from Edmundston. When we have these new designations, is there the ability for us to differentiate with a different shade, usable agricultural land versus marginal? I can't remember if 3 is marginal and 1 is good or the other way around, but whatever the marginal one, which is, as he suggested, 10 inches of soil on rock or whatever. So, because I think those marginal pieces should be identified because there may be, an opportunity to move some agribusinesses onto those and still use them as viable agricultural land, or turn them into housing for agricultural staff. But anyway, those things, I think we should be realistic in mapping those things, and I'm wondering if there's that opportunity within this framework to do that.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And once we move forward, again, this is a long-term endeavor. This is next year, and once we implement it, maybe the next 2 to 3 years, actually. And once we look at this, and remember, in the past, when we looked at zoning and official plan designations, they're typically one color for agriculture. In my history, it's been green. When we look at the systems approach, I do not know what we'll do for the zoning for the additional lands at this time. So we'll take that under advisement. We'll review it once we have this in place and once we get more information from the province and from the local municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Supplementary?
Yes, this is unusual. In the past, I think we've had a lot of things thrust on us. So I think with this this document, at least it gives us a sense of where the government might be looking at going or doing things. So I think it allows us to have some input, and I hope we take that opportunity to be fairly aggressive in getting our point of view across. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question in terms of the intent of doing the systems analysis. The county is taking the lead for the role. Does that include whether or not county has the official plan? Or do individual municipalities with their own official plan have to do their own systems analysis?
Mr. Davis.
We will look at the county official plan ourselves for sure, and we'll partner with local municipalities when and if they go ahead and do this on their own official plan. So it's one and the same. So we'll be a partner with the municipalities.
Warden.
With your indulgence, I'm going to skip off of this because this is partly communication, but my friend Akilu Hagdy Richards, I left an item on his desk, which is to your right, which is a medallion that I received from the mayor of Leeuwarden, just to pass it around. On the front is their crest, and on the back is their city hall. So it's just I wanted to pass that around, and I figured it was the only way to announce it, so thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to go back to the councillor from Edmundston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In perhaps picking up the thread of the warden's comments, being realistic would make us inconsistent with the province. Ultimately, so that it is clear, both to the folks in the room, but also to the folks that are watching and would have a keen interest in this thing, the systems-based approach is not looking simply at prime agriculture. It is looking at all of the support systems that empower. That is the agricultural suppliers, be they for equipment, the iron, if you will, or repair depots, whether it would be, what you might consider the grain elevators, where a lot of the crop gets gathered up in the fall harvest. And that's part of the systems that Mr. Davis is talking about. But again, the challenge is that the province is not homogeneous. There are absolutely issues in Western Ontario where you have intense competition between competing land uses that are really impacting the system. When I was with the Federation of Agriculture, routinely was hearing from my colleagues in Western Ontario where just the commuter traffic, where they used to take 10 minutes to take the combine down the road to one of their farms, now takes them an hour to get down the road to one of their farms. This is the systems approach that Mr. Davis is talking about, but we're not there. We are not experiencing the same pressures, competing land use pressures here. And I know that we are still subject to the PPS. I know that we are still subject to what the ministry is requiring us to do here. In terms of the realism that the warden is putting forward, I think this is a time for us to take a bold initiative in determining what the local application of this is, and I certainly defer. I know that our planning department is sensitive to these uses within and are aware of the conflicting and competing uses in Renfrew County, but also how they are distinguished from Western Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you, and maybe just to add on to that, when we talk about agriculture systems, the other part that's referenced in this document is the fact that it does include our infrastructure and transportation networks, and especially for moving agriculture equipment on some of our municipal roads and highways, that certainly there's a requirement, or there's an ask from the province that that also is considered when it comes to providing funding for infrastructure. Councillor from Edmundston Brumley.
I thought I was done, Mr. Chair, but on your final comment, what I will repeat, one of the challenges, we have a large agricultural footprint, as does Councillor Nicholson within Whitewater. The challenge for me is ag is my commerce. Ag is the commercial engine, the economic engine of Edmundston Brumley. For purely pecuniary, if you will, municipal purposes, my largest commercial endeavor enterprise within my municipality pays 25% of the residential tax rate. If it was a commercial, it would be paying twice the residential tax rate. My challenge when confronted with our infrastructure is if we are building infrastructure solely for the expansion or utilization of our agricultural community, that it is not largely required by the non-agricultural, then the disparity of where those taxes are comes very much to the fore. And ultimately, I still support that. It is absolutely reasonable and defensible. What is indefensible is that the province has abandoned, and I'll repeat that, the province has abandoned any contribution towards our much diminished taxes that are receivable from our ag community, where one time the province made us whole to match the residential rate. Now we only receive 25 cents on the dollar. In my community, Admaster-Brumley, I get almost as much tax revenue out of the pipeline that runs through Admaster-Brumley as I do to a very large agricultural footprint within my community. That is one of the challenges for my lower tier, but it also, of course, is going to impact the county of Renfrew if, in fact, our infrastructure needs to be changed or to expanded to accommodate agriculture. Then there is a disparity in how that is going to be funded.
Councillor from Whitewater, and then we're going to move on.
Can you tell that we're both very interested in ag?
Apparently, yeah.
Good. I just wanted to echo one observation I've made, and the points are exactly true. When you have a huge portion of your land mass that's dedicated to agriculture, and it can only generate 25% of the possible residential tax rate, you're basically punishing those areas within the county of Renfrew because they have farmland. What I'm frustrated is when I look at the MPAC annual assessment of where assessment growth has taken place, there's like $140 billion of increased agricultural assessment growth. None of it in Renfrew County. My hope is that the systems approach from an economic development perspective will look at ways that we can use the existing agricultural property or those surrounding its immediate area for where we can add value to the gross domestic product of our agricultural assets. And we can actually have that assessment growth here in the county of Renfrew where we can take advantage of it rather than shipping the raw product away and somebody else taking advantage of that manufacturing or value adding. Anyway, my rant is finished. Thank you, Chair.
And maybe I could suggest that our president in the States is helping to generate some of that value-added production in Canada. So at this point then I will ask for a mover and a seconder to accept the correspondence as information. Moved by Councillor from McNabb-Braeside, seconded by the Councillor from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And we will then move to the consent reports, and there's a number of items included in the consent reports. I'm looking at actually 10 items in total. Are there any comments on any of the warden, please?
Thank you. Of significance on item number 1 for me is the bottom 3 of 4 points where it says 43% of respondents face barriers with interprovincial trade. 46% of respondents anticipate needing short-term financing assistance, and 40% of respondents are looking for assistance sourcing local or Canadian suppliers. So I think part of what we're trying to do when this questionnaire went out was to drill down to say, what do you need help with? And so, I'm so glad the questions were pointed enough that we're able to pull that out. So, I think that'll guide us, but it's something to consider as all of us are in our home communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Any other comments on any of the consent items? The only one I just wanted to highlight was the Ottawa Valley Tourism Awards and the number of nominations. And from what Mr. Davis tells me is that there was an overwhelming response for nominations, and certainly pleased to see the number of businesses and individuals who were brought forward for those awards. And those awards will be announced before the end of the month at the AGM meeting of OVTA. Warden.
Thank you, and that will be held at the Neat Cafe in Burnstown, April 29 from 5 till 7:30.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on the consent reports? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder to accept the reports as information? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the Councillor from Montreal Valley.
My apologies, Chair. I should have made note of the numbers in number 9, the consultations for the year-end report. Just a phenomenal set of numbers. Not going to go through them, but I would encourage everybody to take them back, just to demonstrate the breadth of what our department does. My apologies for not getting to that.
Thank you for that. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. And now we will move to the discussion reports. And the first one is in regards to the Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub. And Mr. Davis, can you read the recommendation, please?
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation, and again, I'm a little old school here on page 50 of your printed package. The recommendation that the Development and Property Committee direct staff to negotiate a 3-year lease agreement with options to renew with Ontario Addiction Treatment Centre Pembroke, or OATC, located at 156 John Street, Pembroke, Ontario, for the space to be used for the Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub, and that the final lease be brought to County Council for approval at a future date.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by Councillor from Head, Clare and Mariah. And background, please, Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So this is a good news story for the county. So you'll recall that this location is our current location for the warming center. So late last year, we spun up this warming center in a short turnaround time, working with our paramedic friends and our community services and real property. We now see the realization of how effective this is as a warming center. And at the time, even though it wasn't really approved of the Heart Hub approval early this year, links this together with our location at 700 McKay Street, where the Heart Hub itself will be there. So what we're looking for at this location, continue to be a warming and cooling center, also to be a triage area in the sense of looking after the people at the frontline level. So the Mesa team for the paramedic team will be there. Our partners will be there looking at our clients, our tenants at this location. And this 3-year term coincides with our Heart Hub application also. So we're linking both at the same time. So it's a good news story moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions or comments? Warden?
A comment just to try and stretch your meeting out for you to get to lunchtime. But anyway, I can't say enough about the foresight by staff, including our CAO, in locating the Heart Hub, the warming center in that building. It's quite close to the downtown, and we've heard repeatedly from our friends from the city of Pembroke about how it has helped take away the visible aspects of homelessness or mental health or addiction issues, substance issues, and so very good planning, and then also recognizing that it had an integral role with the Heart Hub application. Again, I think we're very well placed because staff had the foresight to think ahead. And I think that's what gives us the advantage in other communities is our ability to weave in existing services, develop new services, and treat people with, first of all, dignity, and secondly, support, and then offer them some hope. So congratulations to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would also echo that the incredible investment of time and effort from staff, and also the buy-in from the community as a whole to get this off the ground, and to point in the development of the Heart Hub where we are certainly ahead of the curve compared to some of the other communities that have been awarded a Heart Hub. And Mr. Davis had informed me that, in fact, some of the capital funding has been placed on hold because some of the other sites or some of the other communities are nowhere near as advanced as we are. And Mr. Davis, did you want to expand on that?
Thank you, Chair. So just some of the comments, and when we applied for the Heart Hub application, and I'm going a bit outside of my realm, beyond the real property and bricks and mortar portion of the Heart Hub, the province did indicate that there could be $1.8 million in capital funding when we applied for the Heart Hub application, and now we're trying to review and confirm with the province if that truly is the case or not. So that's where we're hoping so. I know our CAO, Craig Kelly, has been talking to the province and other partners to see where we can make sure we can nail down that 1.8 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any further, Warden?
Thank you. Just very quickly, is there the opportunity for the Mesa staff to take a walkthrough video, give us a video journey of what the warming center looks like? Simply because I don't think we want a clump of us wandering through the building when there are clients in the building. It's not fair to them. But at the same time, I think there's been a substantial investment of money, but then also political capital by everybody in this chambers. So it would be nice if we could get that kind of a video presentation.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and we'll take that under advisement. We'll look at our schedule too. So again, the current lease for the warming center ends at end of the month. So we'll see what happens for the cooling center, and then the more the need for the clients, and maybe there will be a time where the actual physical facility will be empty of clients for a short period of time, and maybe organize a walkthrough at that time along with maybe a video. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor from Whitewater.
I'm sure, Chair, I saw the disappointment in your face. And I apologize, this may be more suited for Community Services Committee, but with respect to the Heart Hub, I'm wondering if we can request staff for just an overview presentation of the Heart Hub, and maybe that's probably better done with one of our joint committees with Pembroke in the room.
Mr. Kelly?
No, we acknowledge that through you, Chair, we acknowledge it's been a while since you have an update. So briefly, we are working through a series of budget information templates that we just received from province that are due this Friday. The comments regarding some of the shifting funds to different communities is exactly correct. We had originally applied for a certain amount of dollars, $6.31 million plus another additional $1.8 million. The province is currently negotiating with us on that additional $1.8 million because those funds had to go to other communities that needed more money. They added one more community that required funding that wasn't originally anticipated in the 20-some. So we've had to revise our budget somewhat, and are currently in a position where we're in the final stages of recruitment of the senior management team that's going to be running the hub. So it is anticipated that the leadership table for the Heart Hub is going to be meeting the first week of May. So by the time we come to the Community Services Committee, the second week of May, we'll likely be ready to have a presentation to you at that time.
Thank you. Any more questions from Whitewater? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. And we'll now move to our discussion reports, or our bylaws, I should say. And the first one is the bylaw enforcement on Renfrew County Forest. Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize Municipal Law Enforcement Services, Renfrew, Ontario, to act as bylaw enforcement officer on behalf of Renfrew County on County of Renfrew-owned forests.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from Head, Clare and Mariah, second by Councillor from Arm Prior. And background, please, Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So an ongoing issue which we brought to this committee and County Council on a number of occasions, encroachments and enforcements of our bylaw for our county forests. We budgeted for this during the 2025 budget creation. Also acknowledging that the Trails team have their own bylaw enforcement with a different company. What we wanted to do to make sure we're getting the best value, so we took this out to tender to make sure there's no issues between the trail enforcement and forestry enforcement. But what we'll do, once this is done at the end of the year with this, if we move forward with this, we'll work with our partners at Public Works and work with our own bylaw officer that we have here, Kevin Raditz, to see where we can align everything up for the 2026, so there won't be duplication of different organizations looking after bylaw services through our corporation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried. And now we'll move to our deferred reports and a resolution on the increased funding for small business centers of Ontario. And Mr. Davis, can you give us a recommendation?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council send a letter to MPP Billy Deneau, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and the Honourable Vic Fideli, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creations and Trade, in the support of the Small Business Centres Ontario, SBCO, recommendation and request for increased core funding towards salary, wages for Enterprise Renfrew County and all small business enterprises centres across Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Petawawa, seconded by the Warden. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as background, this was brought to this committee in January 27th, as you see in the background report. And because of the provincial election, we deferred this to this time when we have a new MPP. So just bringing this forward from basically a process point of view. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Warden.
So is this the time to talk about the attached paper as well? It's a supporting document, the Small Business Ontario White Paper?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So page 4, where it talks about their survey data, which talks about the core funding, improved data collection, support for innovative program development, and the enhanced engagement with the ministry. I think, you know, those are points that, you know, if we can, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say, you know, that I hope we can place in our presentation. And then when you go to page 6, where it talks about the key features of the programming and the startup for business guidance, another piece talks about the critical time for new startups is year 2 to 5 and not being able to offer support. So I really like this paper, and I would suggest that maybe it's an opportunity for a sub-strategic plan within the Economic Development Department for the Small Business Enterprise Center.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments or questions? Councillor from Deep River.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if it's in the correspondence or not, but I believe the director said Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and it should be Algonquin, Pembroke, Renfrew. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I'll be okay.
Thank you. And Director Davis was just asking if I had the mover and seconder for the bylaw enforcement for forests.
Sorry, Chair, we do have a mover and a seconder for that. We will need to go back and do the recommendation for the discussion reports. We do not have one for that yet.
Okay, so I'll need a mover and a seconder for the discussion reports. Okay, sorry. So we're going to deal with this one first. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we'll go back and ask for a mover and a seconder for the discussion reports. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. And we have no verbal reports. We have no closed session. Is there any new business? Oh, sorry, Evelyn.
Sorry, Chair. We will also need a mover and a seconder for the deferred report as a whole.
Thank you for that. So we'll need a mover and a seconder for the deferred report. Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by Councillor from Petawawa. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And back to new or other business. Do we have any new business? Seeing none, then the next meeting will be on May the 28th, 2025, and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for adjournment. Moved by Councillor from Adamson Brumley, seconded by the Councillor from Headclare and Mariah. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And we will be breaking for lunch, and we'll return at 12:45.
Thank you, and welcome to the Operations Committee meeting for Wednesday, April 23rd. I will call this meeting to order. Has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on to the adoption of the minutes for our March 26, 2025 Operations Committee meeting. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. It's recommended that the minutes of the March 26, 2025 meeting be approved. Are there any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. There's no delegations or presentations listed. Communications are attached. I believe there was only one. With respect to County Road intersection safety concerns. And that ends correspondence. Any comments on correspondence? Member from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Regarding that letter of request, I would fully support it. I think it's a good idea. I know many people who drive down through there on their way to Renfrew and return for grocery shopping or whatever. And I think it would be to our advantage to have another look at it for sure.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? So I know we've had a look at this a number of times. There's been the traffic studies. There's been the application of this intersection through the whatever the standards are that we use, and came up with the recommendation that we have so far. So I don't know if Mr. Perkins wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee, thank Mayor Nicholson for the communications. The engineering group has provided a number of engineering solutions. They are unacceptable to the residents of the area. So unfortunately, we are at an impasse. We've given them all of our engineering advice. We've also given them all the data and all the empirical data that we have. There are no accidents. There is no speeding tickets. Therefore, there's no need for the recommended or for the four-way stop, which, when you read through the engineering manual, would actually cause more issues than solve. But the letter does go on to recommend that we look at a number of these intersections. So the county has offhand hundreds of these intersections where the flow-through traffic goes through. So say, for example, Brudenell-Lindock is one, for example, where it goes straight through, turns off to 512. So there's a number of these intersections throughout, and during our traffic master plan study that we are involved in, this was one of the questions that was brought up to our transportation engineers from Aegis, and they too agreed with the engineering solutions we provided. They also explained why four-way stops are not necessary in situations like this. So we're at an impasse.
Thank you for that. And I would also just point out that any of the lower tier municipalities have the ability to do their own traffic study if they wanted to. Member from Bonnechere Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Perkins. I think, though, that there are other intersections that may have been put in decades ago that would fall into this same category. And I know I've got two in my municipality. I just don't understand the reticence. If the people in that stretch along Haley's Station are finding that there's speeding and they're feeling unsafe, I just don't know what our reticence is to put up a few stop signs. It doesn't really make much sense to me, traffic study or not. This seems to me to be a real concern, and I've spoken to a few people in that area, so I am in full support of a four-way stop.
Thank you. Three-way stops. Yeah, so coming from that, in certain situations, based on the data and the intersection, doing that three-way or four-way stop could actually make it more unsafe. So, anyway. Anything further on this? Member from Whitewater.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And the letter speaks for itself. I can't disagree with the fact that the warrants and the studies, there's no use us redoing them at the municipal level. The traffic is what the traffic is, but it is unsafe. And the recommendations that have been provided, although they are, excellent engineering recommendations, they just are not affordable, given we have a heavy use road inside a built-up area. So when this came back, the residents have sent this letter, and it went out to all of County Council. The response I got from a number of councillors was, we need to re-examine how we deal with this intersection. There has to be another way we can make this safe from a county perspective. And that's why I in consultation with the warden, I threw the letter back at the committee to say, in this circumstance where we have a county 90-degree turn, but there's a municipal road that travels straight through, the tendency is for the driver to continue to go through. In fact, it's faster to go that way. Some of the options that, as an example that were included for us is we take that road off of the highway, making it impassable to gain access to Highway 17. Feasible, and something that I have considered, whether or not we debate that at our lower tier. Another one is to convert the road into gravel. Well, I don't know if that's going to solve any safety concerns. Now people are just going to be speeding on gravel. So what we threw back at you in the letter is to say, can we re-examine this? Is there another way that the county can make sure that 90-degree circumstances like this, we can implement higher safety standards? And our director, I was in the Public Information Center for a transportation master plan. We threw it at these group of engineers that are all entertained on the pick. We said, how do we deal with these safety circumstances in our small rural situations like this? They echoed all the same concerns that have been brought up by Mr. Perkins. They offered on-the-street parking as one solution that we could consider, and did take it away as a concern that we need to include in our master plan. So I just highlight, we can quote the books, we can say that stop signs is not gonna solve the problem, but the problem still doesn't go away. There's still a safety concern in this community. And if stop signs aren't the way, then we need to find another way to make them safe.
Okay, anything further? Warden Nemo.
Thank you. I don't have a solution. So I am concerned that we haven't been able to find a comfort zone to respond to the residents' concerns. However, the other part of me doesn't want to do this arbitrarily without information backing it up, because what's next? If I decide for whatever reason the roadway in front of my house should have something, and I have 75% of my neighbors that agree, then all of a sudden it happens. So I am concerned about setting, and I hate that word, setting a precedent, but I would be, I think we'd be doing that by going ahead and doing it arbitrarily. That said, I've traveled that route a number of times over the years. I've never felt, unsafe or threatened by it. I do recognize that it takes me a little while to reduce from highway speeds to residential speeds along that road, so I don't think there's anybody, that I don't think I'm any different than anyone else. So is it a traffic calming issue so much as a stopping issue? And so I guess that's where I'm trying to split the hairs. because I recognize there may be concern given the traffic volume, because every time I travel on, there's always somebody in front of me, there's always somebody behind me, so it's not as if you're alone on there. So is it more of a traffic calming issue, or is it truly a safety issue? Because sometimes we wrap traffic calming as a user into the word safety.
I don't know if Mr. Perkins wants to comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is I'll use the word ticklish. This is a ticklish situation because we're using the words unsafe in an intersection that is proven to be quite fine as per standards. We as engineers, transportation engineers, we have rules and regulations that we follow. Council at any time can go against our advice if you so desire to follow through. That's you can do that. Now that it's in the public realm, I warn you on that because that's a potential lawyer coming our way eventually later in life. The issue here is Haley Station Road. People are coming off the highway, they're speeding through. County traffic is coming to a stop sign at Godfrey and turning left. So very highly unlikely for them to get up to 80 kilometers an hour in 600 feet in front of this lady's home. So the issue is the town's road that connects to 17, which when Highway 17 does get twinned all the way through, will be removed anyways. So in this situation here, there is no empirical data to prove that it is unsafe, other than someone is observing stuff, which when we observe it as engineers, there are no issues. So now we're back to an enforcement issue. So if the OPP wants to set up shop there and prove that this is unsafe, then possibly we could enter that into the matrix that we use to decide on such situations.
Thank you. Member from Edmonton Brobley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to, this was the letter from last May from, I believe, Ms. Gannon. Okay, thank you. The Taylor Gannon is Ms. The very first sentence, I'm emailing you in regards to the ongoing speeding issue in Haley Station. Speeding issue. I think Councillor Hoddinott, your predecessor here at this council, your council often was passing resolutions that your predecessor was bringing forward through the appropriate processes, as this one has been doing as well, and it's identifying speeding. So we're taking a whole lot of issues that don't have anything to do with speeding to try and address speeding. And the reason I'm raising this is not to diminish. I also have diminished the concerns. I have a built-up area in the hamlet of Douglas that's on Highway 60. And I know that the MTO actually, if you're on the east side of Douglas, eastbound, you will see for some strange reason the parking area extends probably a quarter of a mile out past what you would consider to be the edge of the hamlet of Douglas. And in fact, they did that as a traffic calming. Because when traffic is coming on this 80 kilometer an hour corridor, provincial highway, when they see the curbing and that parking section, there is that reinforcement that they are now entering an urban or built-up area. So it seems to me that we're looking for a whole lot of ways to address enforcement of speeding. And I'll draw council's attention once again. I did not actually raise this at our last meeting when we were considering our unaudited year-end report, but the fines that we collected at the Provincial Offences Act courts in 2024 were almost identical to that we collected in 2020. Do you remember what was happening in 2020? We were on lockdown. We're not receiving, this is not the county of Renfrew, is not. All of us in here, save yourself, Mr. Chair, with your own municipal policing force, all of us here are contracted with the Ontario Provincial Police. A large component, I don't know off the top of my head what the breakdown is, but we say a certain percentage of that is base policing and the balance is calls for service. Base policing used to include traffic enforcement. You will recall when Ms. Wilton was here, the manager of the Provincial Offences Act courts, that largely the dramatic reduction that we're seeing in fine revenues are Highway Traffic Act incidents. We are seeing a dramatic decline in the number of citations for Highway Traffic Act violations. So again, we are, through a jerry-rigged conversation, now trying to figure out how we can reduce speeding. And enforcement would be the way that we would reduce speeding, but we don't seem to be getting that enforcement. And it's not that we don't seem to be. Data is supportive of the fact that we are not getting enforcement of speeding. If we reduce the speed limit on a road, it's not going to reduce speeding, it's going to increase the fines in the unlikely event that it is enforced. That's my challenge in this. I'm certainly sensitive to the concerns of the ratepayers of the County of Renfrew, but more particularly in your municipality, Councillor Nicholson. But we're now having to construct things to replace a service that we're not getting. So where is our voice in saying, when is the Ministry of the Solicitor General truly going to address the dramatic decline that we are seeing? And I think perhaps most acutely, perhaps in the Ottawa Valley in Renfrew County. Enforcement of laws is the only thing that makes them laws. If you are not enforcing anything, you do not have a law. So at the end of the day, that is my challenge. Once started down this road, are we simply now recognizing and accommodating a dramatic drop in something that we are ostensibly paying for already?
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further? Member from McNabb-Braeside.
Just for clarification, Director Perkins said that when Highway 17 twinning is completed, that the municipal road that we're talking about will be removed. Does that mean it's like not going to have through access to the highway, or is he referring to it's going to be uploaded as a feeder road? Because you know where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
so
no,
could you clarify?
So it wouldn't meet the threshold for an interchange.
So it'll be dead-ended?
So it would be dead-ended, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Supplementary.
Just a comment, looking at traffic studies, and we too have safety areas that people are really upset about. For a rural small municipality, it's really hard to meet the bar. Like you need 1,000 cars through in 4 hours or something. That's like the whole population of that village. It's still unsafe. But it's hard for the smaller areas to meet the criterias that, say, the city of Pembroke meets or the town of Renfrew meets. And it just, to me, there should be more fluctuation in, it's hard for us to meet the bar, but our safety concerns are just as prevalent. So we do find difficulty with that.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We're hearing words like standards, rules, policies, regulations, empirical evidence, precedents, and it's important to have policies in place because it assists us in our decision-making process when we're talking about safety measures and safety reduction measures. But sometimes all of those policies and rules and regulations don't take into account unique characteristics of small towns and unique characteristics of intersections and curves and straight stretches. So it's great to have all these policies in place, but but sometimes they're a little bit lacking. So what do we do? Director Perkins mentioned perhaps we need to gather more empirical evidence, or whether that's speed statistics, putting in a black cat, or having more enforcement present to prove that this isn't indeed an unsafe intersection. And I know that we're all looking for other solutions to this, and a lot of them will cost money, as Mayor Nicholson pointed out. One that wasn't mentioned that we used in the town of Petawawa on several of our streets is adding curbing, sidewalks, and reducing the width of the road, which causes drivers to slow down because they see that the vehicles are so close to each other. But again, it costs a lot of money. So here's where we are, and I don't know what we have to do to gather more empirical data or statistics to offer some more proof that maybe something needs to be done there, but is there anything else we can do? That's my question.
So I have a, sorry, excuse me. I have a moved and seconded recommendation that the communications be received as information. So that's where I'm at right now. I don't? Oh, well, I can pretty quick. Okay. Warden Nemo.
So I think I'm coming back to, the traffic calming as a possible solution. But then also, is a possibility of approaching the MTO and preemptively removing that intersection with Highway 17, and is it Dombrowski Road that comes out to it, and joining it to Dombrowski Road, and then it becomes a non-issue, and then it becomes a wholly local municipal issue. Thank you.
Okay, so, well, not seeing anything else, I will, can I ask for a mover and seconder for the recommendation in the report? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Anything further? Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate the patience going through this communication item on the agenda. I'm wondering if we could, I know that we've asked for the Transportation Master Plan to accept this. I'd like confirmation that these types of intersections could be included in that assessment we get back from those consultants. Could they offer these specific traffic calming suggestions that we could then look at? If so, if we could add that, if that necessary, we add that to the resolution.
That's a pretty wide open request, as the director mentioned earlier, that we have hundreds of intersections. So,
sorry, when you have a circumstance, there's a 90-degree turn at a three-way like that.
What about a 72-degree turn? You know where I'm going.
Yeah. So an intersection of municipal lower tier and upper tier intersections.
Okay. Is that a motion? Well, member from Bonnechere Valley.
I cannot wrap my head around why this is such a big deal, and I'm going to follow what Mayor Service was just saying. We can do plans and talk about it all day long. It's not that perhaps the road is unsafe, the people living there feel unsafe because of the speeding. So I still don't understand why this is a big deal. It's 3 stop signs. I would urge us to think of this in more of a community-minded way than, well, this plan showed, or the OPP say that road's not unsafe. There have been no accidents. I'm not sure, because I know that in Bonnechere Valley, I have 2 that absolutely would not adhere, and they would both be tragic if they were taken away. I'm suffering a bit here as to why we wouldn't just grant this community what they're asking for so that they feel safe in their little hamlet, because it is a little hamlet.
We apologize for your suffering. So currently I have a moved resolution that we accept the correspondence as information. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to item number 7, consent reports. So can I get, I'm going to do this right this time. Can I get a mover and seconder for the consent reports? Moved by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. So we have the Operations Committee consent report, and I'm not going to go through each item unless somebody really wants me to. We had capital variance report, County Road 64, Opeongo Road rehabilitation. The bylaw for the four-wheel drive front-end loader, bylaw for the Ministry of Transportation funding agreement. And then we have the addendum that comes from the Trails Committee. Where do I find that one? Oh, I know where I can find it. Is the addendums from Trails? Is that the two items we had there? Okay, so just for the ribbon cutting? Okay, so sorry about that. So information item number one from there is the opening of the Algonquin Trail at Garrison Petawawa. So the date has been updated from May 2nd to May 9th. And it'll be held on the Algonquin Trail just north of the crossover County Road 55, Paquette Road, and there's a map showing there. So everybody's invited to come to the ribbon cutting. The trail has been open and being utilized, but this will be the official ceremony for that. So it's just that one. So any questions on any of the items in the operations consent report? Member from Admiston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Only one, and it's excuse me, it is with respect to item number 4. It's very specific, actually, even to the Opeongo Road. Well, that is the road that just keeps on giving. As council will recall, last year we substantially extended the project because we were substantially under budget, and here we find ourselves in excess of $1 million of the anticipation. Should we not encounter any issues of being $1 million under budget. I'm kind of curious, given the scope of the delta of the surplus, how, if through you, Mr. Chair, if you know the answer yourself, or through you deferring to Mr. Perkins, what is with the OPEC Plus having made some substantial moves, what are we seeing with the AC index in 2025?
I'm not even going there. I could try, but Mr. Perkins.
Well, thank you, Chair. Just letting my computer load up. So actually, it's pretty fluid. Right now, from January 09 through to 2025, there's been a mild increase, but it's been going up and down between when the highest it got to was 1394, and now it's at 1061 in May. So right now it's just staying on average 996.5. But it has jumped to 1061 in March, so it was up 100 points.
Thank you.
Supplementary? Yeah. Nope. Okay. Anything further with respect to the items in the consent report? Seeing none, I will call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to item 8, the discussion reports. And we have the bylaw to acquire land, County Road 23, Highland Road, policy PW 24, community safety zone, tandem truck plow spreader units, and County Road 71, Matawatchin Road rehabilitation.
Sorry, Chair, through you, we'll go back to item 1 for the recommendation, and we can get a mover and a seconder, please. Item 1 is the bylaw to acquire land on County Road 23. Recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the acquisition of Part 2 of Reference Plan 49R 20722 and Part 2 on Reference Plan 49R 19273 within part lots 3 and 4, concessions 4, in the township of McNabb Braeside, and with frontage along County Road 23, Harlan Road, from Susan Patrick Clark, and that the land be dedicated as part of the County Road 23, Harlan Road road allowance.
Thank you. That's where I was going, but can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Warden Nemo, seconded by member from McNabb Braeside. Do we need any more information? It's fairly straightforward. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And then we will move on to Community Safety Zone.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve corporate policy PW24, which is community safety zones along county roads.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Any questions or comments? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Through you, again, to you or through you to Mr. Perkins, the first sentence in the last paragraph, I'll read that. The Township of McNabb Braeside inquired about the use of the posted speed limit rather than the 85th percentile speed and suggested that the higher posted speed limit should receive a higher score when analyzing the warrants. I wonder if perhaps Mr. Perkins could elaborate. I'm not quite grasping that.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. What the rationale is here is that the lower speed limit automatically refers to a higher risk area. So obviously school zones are usually zone 30, right? Whereas an 80 kilometer an hour zone is a highway. So normally the lower speeds dictate a higher score on that particular matrix because it denotes the fact that we are slowing traffic down for a reason.
Thank you for that.
If I could then, so the 85th percentile, it still is suggesting that the 85th percentile be used, but it be based on the lower speed limit as opposed to the upper speed limit. But if it's being considered at all, is it not the speed limit in the zone that is under consideration?
I believe it was the lower one, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct, yes. What we do is do the speed limit that's in effect for the study, and then we check the overall. So if it's 80 and most people are traveling at 90, that's the 85th percentile. But once it's lowered, then if it's already in a lower speed zone, then it's a higher marking in the matrix, because if it was a 50 kilometer an hour zone and people are doing 60, that's a higher score than if they're in an 80 doing 90. I'm sorry, does that make sense?
As long as it does to someone.
It does.
Yeah, the numbers are bigger, so or the numbers are smaller. Yeah, so.
Whatever.
Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you to Director Perkins for expanding the scope of the community safety zones. I think it's important that we capture all the unique characteristics of all of our different municipalities. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Anything further on the implementation of community safety zones? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And we will move on to the tandem truck plow and spreader units. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Item 3 is the 2 tandem truck plow and spreader units, and the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to proceed with the tender, PWO 2025-03, for the purchase of 2 tandem truck plow and spreader units from Premier Truck Group of London, Ontario, in the amount of $957,052 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. Well, the background's in our report. It is slightly over our budget, but then staff is going to work with making adjustments to compensate for that with accessories or whatever, I guess. Any questions or comments? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I will defer to both you and Mr. Perkins, though in fact this might be for Mr. Burke. I note that it says here the resulting in an overage of $37,052. When we adopt our budget, are we adopting estimates inclusive of our net, that is our payable HST? Because if in fact our budget is inclusive of net HST, then we're more like $54,000 over budget on this rather than $37,000. I'm assuming we are because in all of the purchases that this enterprise makes, I anticipate that the HST is a pretty sizable component, even at its 1.76%.
Just clarification, so the member from Edmonton probably just said 1.7%, so that's the non-rebatable portion of the HST that we don't get back. No, it's the non-rebatable part that we get back.
No, it's
That we don't get back.
1.76 is what we don't
Trying to
get
get rid of
back.
the double negative, but I couldn't do it. So,
You worked hard at it, though.
okay, so is the HST included in the 957,052 number or not?
Actually, for clarity, I think it says that it is not included. It says excludes applicable taxes. What I'm inquiring about is the budget for these was 920. Did the 920 include our applicable tax or not?
Mr. Burke, maybe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so our budgeting is always done on our net cost, which is the baseline cost plus any taxes we will not be able to recover. So our budget is always net costs. And likewise, our procurement policy and all the dollar values therein are targeting that net cost, which may or may not go through the HST process of getting that rebate.
Just as a follow-up then, so for reporting and consistency across all of the committees, in fact, the taxes should be included, which is now a $54,000 overage, not $37,000 overage. And again, I'm not suggesting, and in fact I am in support of the resolution that is before us, but I think it is important for clarity for reporting out to council on what the delta is. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Warden Emo.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm not sure, I'm sure everybody else in the room was stunned to find out we're going to spend $1 million on 2 tandem trucks. Like, that is a phenomenal rise in price when you look at prior to COVID, if my memory serves, we're in the 350 to 380 zone. So I'm wondering if there is the potential here, because we get 2 or 3 plow trucks a year, depending on the age of the ones that are being replaced. Are we in the position to take on a fabricator status similar to what has happened with the paramedics? I don't know the complexity of buying a chassis and then adding spreader units and plows and dump boxes and all of those things, but $1 million bucks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know we certainly have some very competent mechanics. I don't know if that's something that the department has looked at in the past, or Mr. Perkins, no?
I think the silence is resounding. I'll accept it as such.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Maybe they'll look into it. Okay. Anything further? Member from Bonaire Valley.
If I may, the sticker shock was real. But I like the warden's way of thinking, but I think when it comes to a plow truck, it might be, no offense to any mechanic in this county, it might be a little above their pay grade when they don't do it every day.
Member from Edmonton Brownlee.
Just for clarity, so in 2019 we budgeted $300,000 for these trucks, so it is a substantial increase. I don't know what the actual may have been in 2019, but that was the budget, and I know it had, excuse me, it had increased. I think we used to be budgeting like 260, when I first got here in 2015. So it's nearing 100% increase.
Yeah, the one I don't know the exact number, but it was close to $500,000 the last one we purchased. Yeah. Anything further on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. Excuse me. We'll move on to the next item, the rehabilitation of County Road 71. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, the recommendation here is that Operations Committee recommends that the County Council approve contract PWC 2025-73 for the rehabilitation of County Road 71, Matawachin Road, from civic address 4882 to County Road 65, Centennial Lake Road, Township of Greater Madawaska, as submitted by Banashare Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, in the amount of $963,494.40 plus applicable taxes, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract.
Thank you for that. The actual number was $693,494. So, can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. So you can see the tenders and the implications throughout the budget and the projected costs. Is what it is. Or Nemo.
Thank you. Just, I think I understand this, but I want to make sure. So it looks like, are we managing this job ourselves? Because we only have Boncher Excavating doing $693,000 worth of work on a $1.6 million project cost. And I see rock removal contract as a separate item. So this is not like your traditional road rehab. We are managing it ourselves, having designed it ourselves, using our day forces where we can. So this is, nope. Oh, okay, I just saw day labor culvert replacements in there. So anyway, please explain a little more. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Actually, what happened here is there's 3 different projects going on. Our day labor crew did contribute by replacing a couple of cross culverts, not large ones, just regular cross culverts. But what staff did in an effort to save money was they broke it out into 3 contracts. One is rock blasting / removal. If you're familiar with County Road 71 Matawachin, there's another causeway with Little Island on it, so we're actually widening that because our guardrails were falling in, and the light poles also are being replaced during this event. So there's 3 actual jobs going on here. One is the rock blasting and placement. The other one is this section. Once these 2 contractors are completed, BEI comes in and repaves and reconstructs the road, and the guardrail was a separate entity as well. So we, instead of wrapping it all in one contract and having potential markups on the 2 subcontractors, the staff are actually managing this in-house.
Thank you. That explains a lot.
Thank you for that. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Along a similar vein, I just note, excuse me, in the chart that is contained, it is the standard charting under financial implications. It is identifying a $25,000 under budget, but that is largely driven by a reduction by $85,000 in a contingency. That is, a budgeted contingency was $142,300, and the projected is $56,800. That seems to be a substantial drop. Typically, it is more on the order of a 5%. So I'm wondering if Mr. Perkins can identify where we are anticipating realizing some savings through our contingency.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. And in this case, back to the warden's comment, where we're managing in-house, we don't have a consultant engineer on staff. Therefore, the contingency that we normally use to pay those consultants is not applicable for this situation.
Okay.
But did we, when we set out to budget this, I'm assuming we anticipated that we were managing it ourselves?
I don't, well, Mr. Perkins.
No, in the original budget, the plan was to go with one contractor, and then looking through the project as they developed it over the winter, they realized that there was opportunity here for savings and to break it into 3 separate units.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I'll pick up this theme again when we get to the addendum.
Once in a while, look at
I'm trying to. Anything further on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Now we'll move on to the addendum to the operations report, the KMP Recreational Trail Lease and Purchase Agreement. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. The Recreational Advisory Committee held a meeting on this morning, April 23rd, and provided the following recommendations. So bylaws here is item 5 is KMP Recreational Trail Lease and Purchase Agreement with Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. And the recommendation here is that Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a new bylaw that includes the execution of a purchase of sale agreement and a lease agreement with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority for the KMP Recreational Trail from the County of Renfrew border northward, approximately 6.7 kilometers, and that a bylaw 11223 be repealed.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. And some background, I guess, please.
Thank you, Chair. The background here is the preparation of the purchasing agreement with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority in cooperation with the counties of Lanark and Frontenac has been ongoing for some time. The County of Lanark has been the lead in negotiations and preparations of the agreements and has prepared both a lease agreement and a purchase of sale agreement to be executed with the MVCA for the section they currently own. Copies of the agreements are included in the report for consideration, review, and approval. Bylaw 11223 was adopted by County Council on August 30th, 2023, authorizing the warden and clerk to enter into agreement for the purchase and sale of a section of the KMP Trail with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority for $1. Since that time, a lease agreement is proposed for the sum of $10 per year, which will be split between the counties. Each county will pay their respective portions of the legal and survey costs for the clearing title for the transfer of the properties. It is estimated that the County of Renfrew's portion of costs associated with clearing title on properties to be purchased will be approximately $67,000. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And what you'll see here is a lease agreement that will go into effect while the process for the transfer of the property and the sale goes through. So allow us to, I guess, start some work on it and complete this section of the trail that apparently needs quite a bit of work. Haven't actually been there myself, but and then links all of that up to the rest of the trail network. So I think the warden said it earlier today at the meeting that it's exciting. So anything further on this? Seeing none. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, a general comment. So I did, on the public website, I went and I got the agenda package for the today's Trails Advisory Committee. I'm presuming the Trails Advisory Committee probably received that earlier than yesterday. I would strongly urge that that committee meet earlier so that this information is available to us more than at 10 o'clock today while we're meeting, because there are a couple of complex issues in this that I don't think I would have been able to address if I had not actually downloaded the agenda report yesterday and reviewed it. So ultimately, getting to this particular point, I note that there are several phases. So the first phase is lands that the Madawaska Valley Conservation Authority knows that they own. The next phase seems to be a little dicey. I know very well what a vesting order is, that there seems to be some uncertainty whether they own that, and in fact it is going to probably have to be a judge. Well, it's not probably. A vesting order is only issued by a judge in the Superior Court, I believe, of Ontario that says they own that. So I am most pleased that in fact the Conservation Authority is pursuing that and not the consortium, if you will. And I do note that in the agreement itself, it does talk about, the lease and the phases, et cetera. What I'm wondering is there even a willingness perhaps of Mr. Perkins to venture a guess as to how long this process is anticipated to be?
We didn't actually ask. Any idea on timelines? Mr. Kelly, Jason?
Sure, I can crack at it. Thanks, Jason. Through you, Chair. I would hesitate for any staff to give an estimate on time, sir, because of our experience so far with the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail, the Algonquin Trail, and our exercise for the tabletop, the compiled plans, and some of the clearing of titles, and I think there's some expropriation, I think, with this KMP that not necessarily we're dealing with, but I know Frontenac and Lanark are dealing with as well. For whatever reason, some parcels have been sold off over the years. I think those have been taken care of, I think, through Frontenac, I think already, up to about Snow Road Station. I think they built up to Snow Road Station from Kingston with Stone Dust and whatnot. Our section isn't as complex as perhaps as Lanark's is. I think ours is fairly straightforward. So, but as a whole, we're probably a year out, I would think anyways. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I can, when we transferred responsibility of the trails from development property to operations, and I was subsequently appointed to the Trails Committee, I was told, oh, don't worry, they only meet once a year. Well, now we're meeting before every operations committee, so is what it is. Anything further? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm hearing that there are some much-needed repairs in this section. Just wondering if you give us just a quick update on what needs to be done and possible budgetary implications, I guess?
I don't know that that's been evaluated, but anecdotally, there's a lot of work to do. I believe that the section of the trail hasn't been maintained in a very long time. So, but we will get back to you on that as soon as we flush it out. Oh, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. So before the trails got passed along to operations, D&P did drive that section of the Renfrew County portion from Taddy Hill Road south to our municipal border with Lanark County. And what we're looking at currently is really an old road. So people are using that section as a very, like a rough dirt road to get access to some of their properties on the Lanark side. So the improvements we're looking at is grading, stone dusting, brushing, gate installation at Taddy Hill Road. And in the past, when we talked about what would be the cost per kilometer, we've always talked about around $25,000 to $30,000 per kilometer to do those type of works, not knowing though what type of culvert works that need to be done. So you put a baseline level of around $25,000. However, the caveat will be the unexpected ditching and culverts that may need to be replaced. Excuse me.
Thank you for that. That was helpful. Anything further? Warden Emo.
Thank you. And do I recollect correctly that we will be managing a portion of this going into Lanark County?
I believe
Or are we
that's
only
true.
doing our own, we're only managing our own section of the trail?
No, I think we're actually going to own some of it, or? Just up to the border. Oh, just to the border. Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
good news then, because yeah, most of the problems are in the Lanark County section.
Oh, okay. Oh, goody. Anything further? And I will call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried, and we will move on to the next item, the fabrication supply relocation, rehabilitation of access control gates. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. A recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that PWC 2025-09, as submitted by GP Splinter Forest Products Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the fabrication, supply, relocation, and rehabilitation of access control gates in various locations on county recreation trails in the amount of $148,855.96.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richard, seconded by the member from Headclar, Mariah. I guess a short review of the background?
Thank you, Chair. The background here is we received 7 different tenders on this. The financial implications of the RFP are included, so I don't really know how to explain this, but anyways, the trails budget is a lump sum budget, so we are expending money from one area into either maintenance or into operations. So the services included in the RFT are included under 3 different areas of the 2025 budget due to location and types of work. The 2025 budget for Algonquin Trail development is $2.5 million, for which $104,895.17 of the costs from the lowest tender would apply, which is lower than estimate when the budget was being developed. The 2025 budget for the Algonquin Trail maintenance is $203,900. However, only $24,000 was estimated in the 2025 work plan for gates, and the cost from the lowest tender would be $32,506.31. The 2025 budget for the K&P recreational trail is $25,000. However, only $10,000 was estimated in the 2025 work plan for gates, and the cost of the lowest tender would be $11,454.48. So in this situation here, staff will monitor the effect of the higher cost of gates on the work plans for the Algonquin Trail and the K&P recreational trail, and will propose adjustments to the future to meet the overall maintenance budget for each trail. It is recommended that award proceed, as separating the works in the future would reduce the potential savings realized from the scale of this assignment. As per the requirements of corporate policy GA01, procurement of goods, services, awards emanating from the RFT are less than $100,000 in excess of the county's approval estimate requires approval of County Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So as we did at the last Operations Committee with respect to the trails and some projects, committee has committed to County Council that moving forward we're going to create clear operational work plans with items costed out, and also capital budgets with itemized pieces of that budget, so that we can, and then comparing it year over year moving forward. So I think it'll be clearer in the future, as opposed to just having one lump sum in the budget for all of these things and then trying to pull these things out. So that's a work in progress, and committee is as committed to council to do that, and we've asked staff to implement that, and they happily agreed to do that. So it's not perfect today. Any comments or questions? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You had anticipated, actually. I did have a discussion with Mr. Perkins, and I was relieved, I guess, would actually be my feeling, that he had a difficult time explaining it, because I was quite despondent in trying to understand it when I was reading it, that we seem to be both over budget and under budget. So I think that perhaps how this, I understand, again, kind of like the theme of Mattawatchin Road, that there were efficiencies in grouping these expenditures together. And I am all for continuing to do that and to innovate in ways that we can achieve money. But in the reporting, I found this barely scrutable. In fact, I would suggest inscrutable. So I'm pleased to hear that the precision of the reporting, or the reporting template, might change something more consistent, because it's exceptional reporting on the more legacy items that come through the Operations Committee. The other point that I just wanted to raise is the last paragraph, and this one I'm probably going to have to defer to Mr. Kelly. So if the excess of the budgeted amount was less than $100,000, on our current procurement policy Schedule A, standing committee has the approval authority. Now, I recognize that we no longer have standing committees, but I would have thought that would have flowed, even if not written per se, that it would have flowed to the committee of the whole.
Yeah, certainly thoughts I had, but in the absence of an itemized operational budget and an itemized capital budget, quite difficult for the committee to do that at this point in time, but
if I might elaborate,
Sure.
So there are very specific dollar amounts identified here. So we're 11,000 short, or $11,000 over on the K&P. I think it was $32,000 over on the Algonquin. Even in aggregate, that is under $50,000. So it is, that there is not an urgency to this. There is no issue. with this being deferred ultimately until the next council meeting in a few weeks. But ultimately, our procurement policy does provide that the committee does have authority up to $100,000, over which it then would become county council.
Yes, that is correct. Anything further on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Can I get a mover and seconder for the receipt of all of the discussion reports as a whole? Moved by a member from Abbotsford Bromley, seconded by the member from McNabb Brayside. Warden Nemo.
Thank you. Given our conversation about the astronomical and rapidly rising costs of trucks, just a way of being bombastic, I was whelmed by it. Is it possible, Mr. Kelly, that we take on a role with some of our adjoining municipalities and our own municipality where we would become a municipal services corporation, purchase the trucks, and then lease them back to the municipalities? Because I just think the costs of trucks are going to kill a lot of us over the years, and they're not, and I think the lifespan in them are going to get shorter given the electronics that are in them. So I'm not sure, what we can do differently. I think, the logical first step was everybody getting a white truck, so you can just stick a separate name on it. But by leasing, by a group purchase of 12 or 13 in a year and then leasing them back, I don't know. But I think we have to do something about that, only for our own sakes, but for everybody else as well.
Okay, thank you for that. You want to comment on it? No? Okay. There's financing implications, the leasing costs and the administration of all that, and then that's our money that we have invested in whatever, so we need to replace that income. It's complicated. Member from Admiston Bromley.
I'll be very deferential here. I am kind of curious. I should have asked this in the report. There was only one respondent to this RFT, and I'm wondering if we are seeing, with respect to our public works equipment, what we have been experiencing with respect to our ambulances and IRVs, a consolidation that is somewhat disturbing if there was only one bidding on a substantial value contract.
Mr. Perkins, 2 points for you.
Thank you, sir. And through you. Actually, the other units that we bought this year, the loader, for example, came in under budget. The trucks themselves, we only had one bidder because the other trucks weren't available. They weren't in the builders get their chassis at a certain time. So two manufacturers did tell us that they wouldn't bid. So they were interested, but they wouldn't bid because they never had the units. One thing that we are committing as a department is our mechanics, Lee Brooks and Nathan Nagora, is we're going to go line by line through the specifications of the units and see what we don't need. Because that's one of the issues that we do have is we have highway spec trucks. So what you see Weber using on Highway 7 or on the 401 is basically the exact trucks that we do purchase as well. So our lower tier counterparts usually have a lower standard model than we do. So it's one of the things that we're going to look at with the mechanics to see if we can trim the fat, as they would say. Hopefully.
Sorry, thanks for that. And then there was Warden Nemo's comment.
The price of with the trucks going up substantially is exactly right. Like since I came in 2019, as Mayor Donahue pointed out, they've actually doubled. But this year it seemed to be because of the white paint. Sorry.
Already then.
I had to dig.
Anything further?
It was the white box, not the white paint on the truck.
Correct.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the report as a whole. That is, Oh, sorry, member from Empire.
Thank you, Chair. Just to lead, did we go through LAS, for big ticket products? Surely the heck, there's more than just one of us buying these trucks this
Do
year.
you mean canoe?
Canoe, I call them LAS.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. That's correct. Yes, we do use electronic bids and tenders and canoe process, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Once again, all those in favor? And that is carried. We have no deferred reports, verbal reports from staff, seeing none. Closed session. We do have a closed session, don't we? So the recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Operations Committee enter into a closed session for the following reasons. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Procurement. Can I get a mover? Moved by the member from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Not trying to wake you up or anything. You didn't object to it, so, okay. All those in favor? That's carried. We are in closed. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and to the people viewing online. We're going to move on to item 13, matters arising from closed session, and I'll pass this along to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve contract PwC 2025-19 as submitted by Boreal Fence and Guardrail Contractors Limited of Wabashashine, Ontario, for the supply, delivery, and installation of steel beam guardrail on County Road 71, County Road 71, Matawatchin Road, approximately 8.41 kilometers east of Highway 41 in the township of Greater Madawaska in the amount of $215,231.25 plus applicable taxes, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract.
Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by the member from Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan, seconded by the member from McNabb, Braeside. Yeah, sorry, Dave. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Any new business? Warden Emo.
Thank you very much. There was something very interesting happened over the over the Easter break, and I'm sure not all of us are aware of it. I believe, Mr. Kelly, you had a birthday? Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday.
He's of retirement age. He's all right. Retirement.
I am going to take this opportunity to recognize that today is National Administrative Professionals Day, and to recognize the support of Evelyn for this committee and for all of the administration professionals at the county that support committees, county council, and all the staff work that goes on. These admin assistants provide essential support to a lot of things throughout the county organization. And I just want to take the opportunity to celebrate the great work that they do for us, and thank them very much. With that, if there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Bennett, seconded by Councillor Watt. The recommendation that this session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, sometime in the afternoon. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.